Oh, hang on. I was talking. I was well, a W, X, Y, Z. Now I know my ABCs. You want to know what I learned recently? I learned recently that they changed the alphabet song. I don't exactly remember what exactly it was changed into, but it was changed because of LMNOP. Apparently that was like really confusing for a lot of people. Like a lot of kids would get it confused that LMNOP was like 1 to 2 letters instead of like separating them all out as like LMNOP. So they had to change it. And I only remember one of the changes being that like whenever they start doing like that section, they have to go like LMN, and then they do a big ol' pause, and then they do OP, just like really help the kids figure out that like it's not all just one gobbledygooky mess. You know what I mean? That's something I learned recently, but apparently the change happened like 5 years ago. Hang on, what is the new ABC song? Let me look it up. I remember that the ending of it is really rough. It's not that fun to listen to, but anyways, besides that, how's everyone's night doing? Scale of 1 to 10, how we feeling? How we doing? I How am I doing? I think I'm doing like a solid 5 out of 10 right now. Not, which isn't like that big of a deal. It's just been like just a very long work day. But I also got my computer in. I got my computer in. It's being fixed on now. I got it shipped off yesterday. Also, I have a story to complain about with that specifically, which is another reason why it's a 5 out of 10 right now. But there's also like, I'm excited to be here streaming Twofold, but I'm also very sad that it's coming to an end. Like when you're streaming stuff, yeah, now I know the alphabet. Next time I will not forget or something like that. Yeah, exactly. It's something. Hang on, new alphabet song. Let me look up just the lyrics. I just want the lyrics, please. Hang on, how does it go? Where are you? I don't want to watch a video of it being sung. I just want to know what the words are, but nothing is popping up with just the lyrics. Hang on. I just sing. No, I don't want the classic one. I want the new one. Everyone knows the. Hang on. Do you actually have it written? Okay, yeah. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y, Z. That feels bad. It's still sung to the original tune. The final 3 notes are X, Y, Z, not Y, Z, which can confuse some kids and is N when singing. No, but I want to know the stuff at the end. It's the stuff at the end that ruins it, though. I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. I'm just gonna go with what Flowey said. That is exactly what it is right now. But yeah, no. So like the day's not been going super well, and one of the reasons, so like I put out in the tweet about why we weren't going live, because for those who don't know, for those who didn't see all of the Why Not Both stream, my computer just kind of like seized up part way through and kind of shut down a lot of what we were doing. So I was like, will I even be able to stream this week? So I had to play around with some of the settings, get it to be easier on my PC to actually do it. And I'm like, okay, I think we're good. But I'm still slightly stressed about it because there's always a possibility that it could just die on us again. And it's kind of like, I'm at the point a little bit of like, if this PC does die, like, yes, that will be very, very, very sad. But at the same time, like, it's done its job. You know what I mean? Its job was to hold out until I could get my old new PC back up into working order and get all fixed up. And it has done that. Because again, I think I'll be getting the new one back in like about a month is what I'm predicting. Like I'm pretty sure it's going to take about a week for it to be like sent in. Then it'll probably take a week or two of getting work done, and then it'll take about a week to get sent back, that kind of thing. But the reason why I'm annoyed about how the process of it went down to getting it taken in is they specifically told me, hey, yeah, if you send us your shipping address, we will get a FedEx truck sent on over to you. I remember, hold on, let me go get some popcorn, just in case I need comfort food if it's sad. Thankfully, thankfully, the only sad part that I feel like we're gonna have to experience tonight is the fact that it's over. You know what I mean? I feel like once we can get past the fact that Twofold is over, that's really gonna be the only sad part, because we're just doing the friendship routes tonight, which isn't going to be that sad, because like all the other ones were just kind of like, Ayo Tanya, what's up? High five. Ayo Wallace, what's my goat doing? You know, like they weren't like too dramatic or anything like that. Like again, I think it'll probably take us like 10 to 20 minutes to get through each of them. It's probably not going to be that bad, you know? I think the only bad part is when it finally comes time to say goodbye to the friends we made. Friendship, I'll give them some friendliness pellets. Haha, I love your little haha after ... But yeah, no, they specifically told me like, yeah, no, we're gonna get like a truck sent to you. We'll pick it up from your house. Like everything's gonna be good. And then once I got, but they were like, just like send us that, get the shipping label printed out, write your confirmation number on the box itself just to make sure, and then make sure it's actually packaged and good to go. This is why I don't have friends IRL. I just kind of figured that was because like the world just kept getting reset, you know? And your tendency to try and murder people. But, terrible joke. Cut that one for the records. But then once I actually had everything all ready to go, my thing all like boxed up with a bunch of wrapping, not a bunch of wrapping paper, but a bunch of foam and a bunch of bubble wrap all up in there. Then I sent them the message being like, all right, it's all ready to be picked up. Let's do this. And they were like, actually, why are you saying that we're going to pick it up? You need to bring it to the FedEx. And I was like, this isn't that big of a deal, but it's a little annoying because I looked back 5 messages and they said word for word, send us your shipping address. We'll come pick it up for you. That's part of the deal. So that was a fucking lie. So thankfully, I just had to ask my brother to help me take it in just because my weak little limp wrists aren't strong enough to hold my computer. So I need a big, strong man to come take care of me, and that's what my brother did. So at the end of the day, it wasn't the biggest deal. It was just kind of like a little annoyance in like the stack, essentially. You know what I mean? So it wasn't that big of a deal. I just wanted to vent about it because I like venting about minor inconveniences. But yeah, so since that's actually taken care of, thankfully this PC isn't going to have to last much longer because, like, I thought it was bad, but then it killing stream, like, halfway through on Sunday, I'm like, oh no. Oh no, please. Just last. A Tithe and Blood just came out. Please last me until I finish that game. Please. Which I honestly don't think it's going to. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have the new PC back by the time we get even remotely close to finishing A Tithe and Blood, just because of how, like, I just found out how many how many scenes there are in Act 1. I'm like, oh, we're not even halfway through yet. Which I'm all here for. Like, I heard that, and I got the biggest smile on my face, because I'm like, ooh, that means it's gonna take us so long to get through this. That means I get to enjoy it for so long. Because, like, that's one of, like, a pro and con of streaming the games as opposed to just reading them on my own, is the fact that, like, all of the games, whether it be, like, Twofold, Undertale, yada, yada, yada. Like, if I was going through all of these just on my own, in and out, 8 hours, done. But when we're streaming it, and we do all these yap sessions beforehand, and then we talk during it, and like yada yada yada, it ends up making like these things last so much longer, so I get to enjoy them for so long. So it really helps like all of the releases just feel like even bigger to me personally. You know what I mean? Because like we're gonna be enjoying A Tithe and Blood for a good long while. We're gonna be eating so good for so long. But really quick, I also, if you're all over on the Twitch side, you may have noticed, oh my gosh, what's that? We're in the just chatting category. That's crazy. That's because after the last Twofold stream, I realized maybe I should start using that so people can actually, like, who want to just come here for Twofold knows when it starts. You know what I mean? Sadly, I can't do that on YouTube. Like, I've been trying to figure out how to add chapters to the live streams after like the VODs essentially, and I just can't. Like if I had like a pure VOD channel where I'd take these from Twitch and upload them there, I could add the chapters, but I've been trying to add chapters to the live streams for a while now, and I don't think there's a way to do it on the YouTube side of things. But over on the Twitch side, all I need to do is just change the category that we're in, and then people can go, oh, I can skip to an hour and a half in that's when Twofold starts. You know what I mean? Because today there were a couple of things that I wanted to do beforehand. I was planning to do this before, why not both? But I defo forgot that it was Father's Day, so I was like, we don't have that much time, so we're not gonna do it beforehand. But so I'll just save that for today, especially since again I don't think that this is going to even necessarily be all that long of a stream. So here, let me go like this. I really should have set this up beforehand, but hey, you don't come here for someone who's ready for anything. You know what I mean? If you came here for someone who is fully prepared and kitted out and ready to go, that ain't me. I would love to do that, but I just come here straight from work. Literally as soon as I finish work, I change the category and everything, and then I click the start stream button. That's basically how it goes. Good lord, these YouTube thumbnails are horrific. Hang on, I'm looking up two things really quick. Silent Hill AF. I got my popcorn. Oh. Here, let me play this. Let me see what it looks like when it gets played for y'all. Okay. Hang on. Okay, it's at a good level. Okay, yeah, there we go. Let me pull up this other thing, because there are two things that I wanted to react to with everyone. Oh, hello, KK. How's it going? How's your night been? How are you? We're doing just great over here. We're just pulling up some things that I wanted to take a little peeksy-poo at. Why did I say it like that? Before we get into actually playing through Twofold. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, Social. How's your night going, too? How's it been? What was this thing called? Oh, yes, this. Excellent, excellent. Let me also pull this up to make sure it looks good. Yep. Checking audio levels. Okay, it looks like it'd be good. It looks like it'd be good. So we're gonna go with it. And you know, if there is any audio issues, y'all will tell me, because y'all are awesome. Great, I finally graduated. Let's go! Let's go! How does it feel? How do you feel knowing that high school and like all that stuff is like, or college, high school or college, I should specify. Whenever anyone says graduation, my mind immediately goes to high school, but it could also very well be college, which in either case, congratulations. But how's it feeling? How's it feeling? Hopefully whatever ceremony it was didn't drag on too long, because those kind of ceremonies are not fun. Yes, it's high school. I'm happy I'm free. Let's go. Let's go. See, high school graduations are like, I feel like they're fun if you're the person doing it, essentially. Unfortunately, something did happen there. Oh no, what happened? Why? Why did something bad happen? Because, granted, it could be something good, but by the fact that you said unfortunately, I don't think it's good, so. But I'm so sorry to hear that something bad happened. A fight broke out? At a graduation? What do people have to fight about there? Like, I even just tried thinking of something, like, to fight about over there. Like, what? Like, oh my gosh, this person cut in line of me to get my diploma, even though they're being called out in alphabetical order, so it didn't really work out for the person who cut in line anyways. Pretty bad. They tried jumping the kid and someone got injured. Why did they jump a kid? What do they have to jump a child about? 4 arrested? I don't mean to laugh. It's just like, sounds like an absolutely ridiculous situation. So I'm just like, I don't know how to respond to that. But like, is it okay if I ask why the fight started? Like, I think they wanted to ruin it. Yeah, they're pretty dumb, but I was just glad everyone I knew was okay. Yeah, no, for sure. Because that sounds scary, because, like, especially with how crowded places like graduations can get, like, even a small fight between a couple of people can get a lot of people hurt if it's, like, done bad, you know what I mean? Or it could start like a commotion, because like there was my sister is a cheerleader, like that goes like national competitions and stuff like that, or not national, yeah, national, and there was a moment where two of the parents started a fight, and just because they knocked something over, it sounded like a gunshot, so people thought that there was like a shooter there, and it caused a whole like stampede of people to have to like evacuate from the event, only to find out that a lot of people got hurt trying to clear out just because some stupid adults decided to get into a fight and knock stuff over. Also, I don't even know what happened, but I know after we finished our ceremony, a fight started in the middle of the crowd and people ran away from the fight onto the beach. That is insane. That is insane. It made it onto the internet. Oh, I'm sure. Because, like, how could it not? Like, I feel like, especially in today's day and age, like, a fight starting at a graduation, yeah, no, duh, that's gonna end up on the... See, that I think that would be the thing that would... Outside of the fact that, like, actually getting into a physical altercation IRL is, like, truly the most childish thing that you could do with someone. Unless it's, like, I don't know, for incredibly valid reasons, I guess. Like, if you're protecting yourself or someone else, like, then that's fine. But, like, over what I would imagine it'd be caused by... Because, like, the thing with the cheer thing was, like, I think two parents were just, like, oh, yeah, I think that they should have gotten 0.1 score lower, or I think they should have gotten 0.1 score higher. And then they started throwing hands, essentially. So I imagine it has to be something stupid. Especially if they're jumping a kid. Like, come on. So yeah, to me, like, actually getting into a physical fight, in a lot of cases, it's like, obviously there are exceptions. I don't want to, like, rule it out as, like, a die hard, this is how it is kind of thing. But, like, if you're ever in, like, a verbal altercation with someone, as soon as you, like, lay hands on the other person, it's like, no. Nah, you're in the wrong now. Again, obviously, there are exceptions to that rule, but to me, that's how I feel like it is on average, you know? I'm not surprised due to where I live that it got attention. I feel like that would almost, like, anywhere would get attention. Like, a fight like that happening, yeah, it's like 18-year-olds, but I know they did get snuck up on, so it became a small brawl. Yeah. That's scary. I'm just glad that, like, it sounds like no one was, like, too seriously hurt by it, you know? They're acting like 4-year-olds. Yeah. That's the thing. As soon as you start throwing hands, it's like, now you are child. Now you are baby throwing tantrum, essentially. So, but outside of that, I'm glad to hear that, like, you know, you're graduated, you're done, you're free now. I'm glad to hear that part. I also realized that there was one more thing that I wanted to look at, to pull up. I've just been pulling stuff up in the background, getting ready to go. Yeah, I'm very much free a year before I head to college. And you gotta enjoy that time. I made the horrible mistake of not enjoying that period, because I was like, oh yeah, as soon as I graduate from high school, I got 2 jobs. I already had one job, but I got a second one, so I was working 70-hour weeks for a full year before going into college, because I wanted to save up money for college, which I'm not gonna lie, it just feels so much worse now that I'm a dropout, essentially. So those 70 hours just down the drain. But, you know, it's fine. I need a break. I'm so burnt out. No, that's how it is. Like, you go through, like, 12, 13 years of school straight with only, like, 2 months off between each of the years. Like, taking, I feel like, a full year off before college. Like, a lot of people don't want to do it because they don't want to, like, lose, like, the habits or, like, be rusty on, like, some of the subjects before going into college. But I think that, like, for the mental health, like, I feel like that's just a very American culture. Or, I don't even know if that's just American culture. I feel like a lot of places, specifically when it comes to education, have a tendency to push to go until you're done, essentially. So, like, a lot of places, I hear from a lot of people, like, all over being like, yeah, no, like I wanted to take a break from school, but then my parents pushed me into college, so but then I had to drop out like after a semester or two because I'm just so burnt out and so exhausted from it all. Ironic because I was able to graduate a year early and that I'm taking a year break. See, but that, so like you taking a year break, good for your mental health, good for your burnout, and you're gonna be right there with everyone else, so it works out just fine. Because yeah, I think that obviously, I feel like this is something that, like, it's obvious advice when you hear it, but it's something that a lot of people have trouble applying to themselves when they tell other people. Like, this is something I really have needed to start doing in my own life, is just taking time for yourself to truly relax. Like, I talked about a couple streams ago, but I sat down to just spend a night doing nothing but relaxing, like, at the beginning of June. And that's the only day I've done that in all of June. Every other day I'm working. I'm either working till like almost 8 p.m. and then streaming immediately, or working on something, yada yada yada, or doing stuff with people that I never really take a moment just for myself to relax. And so like, it's obvious advice, but everyone needs that, especially after, again, going through school. And if you graduate early, that's probably because you were working really hard at it. So like, I feel like you get taking that year off, while a lot of people will be like, no, you should go right on into college. It's like, no, take a break, give yourself a chance to recharge and be okay. But again, that's just my opinion. That's how I view things. Because I feel like a lot of people, again, and this is something that I do really bad, is push themselves until they burn out. And it's just not good for you. It's just not good. Anyways, with all that being said, I think we should move on over to the stuff that I was talking about. Also, yeah, college is expensive. Yeah, no, college is expensive. Granted, it's not expensive worldwide. I thought it was, but I've learned otherwise. Whereas, like, but like here, a cheap college in my hometown is $3,000 for a semester. And so when I got kind of like scammed out of a semester by COVID, I kind of felt really cheated, but I still had to pay for it all. Yeah, no, it's so expensive and saying, and I saying is, if you stop, then you will lose momentum. Most people who took year gaps never went back to college, but I have a passion to become a veterinarian. Anyways, when you said take a break, I'm over here thinking about Hamilton. Wait, which song specifically from Hamilton? I'm blanking on it. Mostly because I haven't thought about Hamilton outside of like last week's A Tithe in Blood stream in so long. Take a break. Oh my gosh, I'm such a fake musical theater nerd. I forgot that they're hang on. Who? Never mind. I was about to judge one of the thumbnails that just got pulled up when I pulled up YouTube. Hang on. And I was about to be like, who's ever thought this question? And I was like, I feel like that's going to be mean if they call it out. Oh my god. Yeah, the song's literally just called Take a Break. Oh my gosh. When I was in musical theater, whenever it'd be like the super big, huge, like tech days where we're there for like 12 hours on a Saturday, we would just listen to the Hamilton. We'd switch between listening to the Hamilton soundtrack and the soundtrack of whatever play we were in, just over and over and over. God, I'm so fake. What a fraud. What a dweeb. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And yeah, but I have a passion to become a veterinarian. That I feel like that's also like such an important thing to keep in mind. Like, I feel like if you don't have the passion and dedication to go back for, or to like try at whatever you were going for, I don't know if you had like the motivation and passion to get through it in the first place. Obviously, like there are like examples, like let's say like you go and you find out that college truly is not for you, and it like just like breaks you down, wears you down really bad. Because that's really what happened to me, like working, like going to school all day, then coming home and working at my job all night. It turned into me doing nothing but work and schoolwork for an entire year. And I realized that this is just not the life for me, but I'm still trying to take other avenues to essentially get to where I'm going. Because I can. But obviously, like, let's say if you need to go to school and you can't make it through, I don't know if how much you, like, far you'd make it into it all, essentially. We all have a passion. Yeah, I think that's, like, one of the most important things about life is just having stuff that you are passionate about, stuff that, like, keeps you motivated. Also, I'm just listening to Hamilton Take a Break right now. Yeah, I don't know how I forgot about this song. I'm so fake, but it's fine. Because, like, if you don't have something that, like, motivates you, that you get excited about, I feel like it's so, like... to me, I feel like I always have, like, had those, like, passions and motivations. Whether it be for, like, writing or, like, art or, like, even just, like, streaming or recording. It's, like, that's, like, the stuff that, like, gets me to go through my day so I can actually, like, get to doing them, essentially. You know what I mean? Philip is so silly. I've never seen Hamilton. I've only seen the version on Disney Plus, sadly, but I've listened to the soundtrack like just a bajillion times, like everyone else has, essentially. It's so good. It's so good. At least again, like the songs I feel like are just like out there, you know? They're so good. Which I realize is the coldest take, but they all slap. That's why like the Encanto soundtrack goes so hard, is because they're just like those. I actually went to watch the Broadway, but I didn't see the original cast. Oh, that's sad. But I mean, that doesn't make sense. That's one of like the hard things about like play productions of any kind, is like the original cast can't stay the original cast forever. Whereas like, let's say it's like a movie, you know, you can go and like watch it anytime, anywhere, and it's obviously like the same cast that it was before, unless it's like obviously like a remake or something. But when it comes to plays, like actually getting like the authentic cast to be there, it's like, yeah, but like the production of this started like 10-15 years ago. They're not going to stay doing this one show for their entire lives. You know what I mean? So like that's hard. But it's still awesome that you actually got to go see it on Broadway. I really wanted to, because I've been to New York one time. I've been there to one time with my musical theater class. And we all wanted to go see Hamilton. And what was the... Either it wasn't being shown at the time, for like that week essentially, or the tickets ran out. It was one of those two things. There was some reason why none of us could go see it, and it made us all very sad. I've only ever heard one Hamilton song, and I don't know its name. I was halfway through that sentence, I was like, wait, what was the name of it? What was it? But never mind. The cast I had was really good, so I'm not too upset, and I'm very much satisfied. Pun intended. See, Satisfied is actually I think it's my favorite song. Yeah, no, it's definitely my favorite song. I've listened to it like a bajillion times more than the rest of the soundtrack, and it's not even close. So it has to be my favorite song. But I think I had a very similar experience with Wicked, because I went and saw Wicked, and it wasn't the original cast, but the cast was still so good. So good. I have a vendetta against Angelica. Angelica. Why? Why why is that? I know how it goes. It's like me, I trust... Wait, I know how it goes. It's like me, I trusted him. What the f... What does that mean, dog? What you yapping about over here, brother? I know how it goes. It's like me, trust me. Oh, the first song. Okay, okay. See, I always just like to hear why people have vendettas against certain characters. It's kind of like, there's the idea like comfort characters. I've seen this idea going around a lot of like conflict characters, like a characters you would just throw hands with if you ever saw them. And so like when I hear you have a vendetta against Angelica, I'm just like, I'm curious to know if it runs deeper. You know what I mean? Me, I trusted him. Oh, you were talking about your song. Oh, you were talking about your song. Oh, hang on. No, that sounds so fun. Is that Insatisfied? No, it's not. No, it's not. I trusted him. Is it? Oh, it's just from the song Alexander Hamilton. Okay, okay. Good to know. Oh, yeah, so you've kind of heard, like... I feel like this is the song that, like, most people think of when they think of Hamilton. Outside of, like, he writes, like, like the writing song. Gosh, I need to re-listen to this. I haven't heard this since high school, which was 6 years ago for me now. Okay, so it's just her personality. She's very complicated as a character, but the way she acts, it irks me. It's kind of hard not to know. Yeah, exactly. It's like the big song. Wait, wait, wait. I got this. Oh, you got this? You got this? Cook, cook. Cooking it. um... So the Me I Trusted Him is the first song. Yeah, that's what I was seeing when I was looked up, because it's just Alexander Hamilton, which again is just the one people know. So yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad that we got to yap about Hamilton. Because it's just kind of a good time. Again, I feel like I need to rewatch it. Oh, hello! Also, hello, Devil. How's it going? Sorry, I had YouTube pulled down for a little bit, but I'm currently acknowledging you. The one about the 51 papers is non-stop. Yeah, exactly. Just being like, how does it go? I know this. I should know this one better than all the rest because of all of the TikToks. But like, how does he ride like he's running out of time? Like that song, that one, because it's on everything. Like whenever people are trying to talk about like banger writing, Hamilton is 5 out of 10. I mean, listen, that's fine. You know, I'm not that passionate about Hamilton itself. Because, like, for the actual story, I'm like, it is a good story. But I could understand why people don't like it. But I think the music, at least for me, because, again, music is also so subjective in how it makes you feel. Like, okay. But they're also, like, objective. It's kind of like a lot of art where there are objective things to look at, but most of it is subjective, is how I like to think about it. So it's like, with Hamilton especially, I feel like if that's just not a story or the music you jive with, it's like, 5 out of 10, so fair. That's so fair. But with that being said, I think I'm going to pull up the first of the 3, because we're about half an hour in. So I think I'm going to pull up the first thing that we're going to be reacting to tonight. Because we have 3 things. I thought it was only going to be 2, but then I remembered that there is a trailer that I've been putting off for a couple of weeks and not watching. I didn't cry for like 3 or 4 of the songs. Yeah, no, for sure. You definitely did it. No way, no how. All right, let's go ahead. Why do I just... Oh, I forgot! I forgot that I still had this up. It's Tracy's Oreos. I put this picture up because Tracy was showing me her Oreo collection, and I was putting it on screen. I forgot I still had it, like, saved in the OBS. That's awesome. Anyways, do you hate needing answer stupid questions? Says, ha! I think I'm choosing... No, wait, why are you asking me to capture... No, I don't want to capture that. There we go. I want some double stuffed Oreos. Dieting sucks, man. Whenever I hear anyone talking about wanting anything, all I can think is, dog, me too. But at the same time, okay, here's like... If anyone out there wants to try, like, dieting and stuff, you have to remember that you can do it, essentially. Because like, dieting is one of the few things that is, like, purely mental and willpower. So if you are determined enough, you can do it. You just have to push through, essentially. Because I feel like something, like, a lot of people don't know or, like, understand about, like, dieting is that, like, a lot of it's about, like, habits and, like, getting addicted to, like, the sugars and the caffeines and stuff like that. Sorry to just turn this into a dieting PSA, for anyone who cares. And there's nothing wrong if you don't, but this is just for, like, me, because, like, I think we talked about it, but, like, all of July and August, I'm going to be eating like an absolute pig. So I'm trying to really hard to diet through June, just so I can actually do that while maintaining my goals. But, like... Again, sugar, very addictive. Caffeine, very addictive. A lot of, like, the fast food, greasy foods that we eat, very addictive. So for when it comes to, like, pushing through and, like, not doing those things, it's all purely in your head. Like, not in your head, in quotations, but it's all just a mental thing. You just gotta be able to push. Again, staying determined. But yes, we are going... Oh, look, you showed one of my sponsorships. Yes, the devil has sponsored this video with Oreos. No, for legal reasons, I must say that that was a joke. But yes, the first thing that we're going to be reacting to tonight is going to be the Silent Hill F trailer. Now I should mention that I'm not exactly the grandest of Silent Hill fans. I've played 3 of the games, one of which was the short message, which was like a very, very short free game that they put out that I honestly loved for the first like hour of it, and then the last 30 minutes fell off ridiculously hard. It was like a nosedive in quality. And it wasn't like it didn't even really come out of nowhere. It felt based on how the game was going and building up to. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I see how this happened. I see how we did this. I see how we got to where we are. No, Hell is sponsored by Oreos right now. Oh, is this like some religious beef that I'm not aware of? Also, why are you above the frame? How dare you? Get below the frames. You're not special. You don't get to be below it. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Just how I like it to be. Except, hang on, does my head... Am I? Oh, hang on, I messed up. There we go. I was like, I don't like that my head is Hear Me Out on Pyramid. I don't think that's a Hear Me Out. Do you... Okay, here's the thing. Before I ever got into Silent Hill, the only thing I ever heard about it was talking to women who are like, listen, I know that Pyramid Head is supposed to be like a symbolism of like abuse specifically targeted towards women, but hear me out on him though. He's very hot. And like while I was playing through the Silent Hill 2 remake and fighting for my life against him, I was looking at him being like, you know, all those girls who told me about Pyramid Head, I was literally about to say they all have a point. But so thank you for beating me to the punch on that one, Flowey. I really appreciate it. So like, but that's the thing though, he's not real, so none of that stuff matters. You're allowed to like villains, all right, in that way, because none of it's real. It's kind of like how in I'm Just a Simp. No, and that's totally okay, because what I was going to talk about was Zeus. A lot of people are like, oh my gosh, in Epic, he's so daddy. And it's like, girl, you're so right. When he was drowning and murdering all those dudes and talking about objectifying women, like it got people riled up in a certain kind of way. Oh, Poseidon. Oh my gosh, the amount of simps for Poseidon, despite the fact that he kills over 500 men in a minute, is crazy. But again, he's not real, so it's fine. I'll jump in the water for him. When Poseidon tells me to get in the water, I cannonball in, going, yes, daddy. There are way too many villain characters I love in anime. I think that's the thing, though. People almost have a hard time not making villains hot. You know what I mean? Like, think of Sephiroth. Is Sephiroth not, like, the original sexy villain? Like, I haven't met a Final Fantasy fan, men and women included, who don't look at Sephiroth and kind of bite their lip a little bit. You know what I mean? Poseidon is a pass. You can pass him right on over here. Oh my gosh. Specifically Sukuna, the Heian era. You know, is that just when he has 4 arms? I haven't read the manga. I'm only up to where the anime is, but I know basically the entire story because the JJK fandom truly has like the biggest fetish for like spoiling things. Oh my gosh. Wait. No, I see it. This is so valid. That's so valid, KK. Pass him to me. How Dark said it first, dang it. I'm glad that we're all just on the same wavelength tonight. This is going wonderfully, by the way. We're all just so synced up right now. This feels incredible. But yeah, no. And then there's like Lady Dimitrescu, just kind of like took over the internet for like a full year, her and her daughters, and it's just like, yes, serve queen. Oh my gosh, kill me, murder me, please. Oh my gosh, you know? See, I'm not crazy. No, you're not. Yes, who? Oh, she's so fine. Flowey, there's no way. There's no way you haven't. Hey God, hey God, hey God, hey God. There's no way you haven't seen. I'm gonna pull her up for you. I don't. Let me enlighten you. Let me show you. This is entirely the reason why I got into playing gosh darn Resident Evil is because of this lady and her daughters. Wop wop. Hang on. Hang on. There we go. There we go. There's Lady D. Hang on, let's go. And then there's other images like this one. There we go. Oh, her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, her. Exactly. Exactly. You know it. You know it. I'm not gonna scroll. I'm not gonna scroll. I'm pretty sure I have safe search on. But just in case, you know what I mean? I don't want to risk getting TOS'd by anyone, essentially. I just want her. She's so wifey. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Like again, she had a stranglehold on the entire internet for like over a year probably. And it's just insane. Insane. Just make villains hot. That's all I'm asking for. Those are the only characters I require it. Yeah, TOS is insane. Well, to be fair, in my defense, I know that if I scroll down too far, because again, I'm 99% sure I have safe search on, but it's kind of like that nagging thought in the back of my head of like, what if you don't, dog? What if you don't? You know what I'm saying? That like, if something, hentai adjacent got pulled up, I don't see what people see in her. That she is absolutely beautiful and a very refined lady and almost 9 feet tall. Like, what do you mean? Do I have an issue? Like women and men who can kill? That doesn't sound like an issue. That sounds like a good type. I mean, Spike Spiegel said it best. Didn't he say something along the lines of, like, I love a woman who can kick my ass? That's exactly what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? I don't see the problem. There is no problem. There's no problem here. She isn't a problem. I also think it like this is why book talk is such a big thing. It kind of like activates like a primal part of your brain of like, oh my gosh, this person could kill me. Actually, hang on. What am I trying to say here? What am I trying to say? I don't know. I just kind of went to the kitchen to start cooking and realized I forgot the ingredients and I'm just burning a pan at this point. What am I yapping about? um I don't know where I was gonna go with that, but I think again it does activate something in people's brains. Again, using the book talk comparison, all of the book talk like boyfriends are like, oh my gosh, yeah, this is a man who has all these magical shadow powers that could rip at me apart where I stand and is kind of tempted to, but he doesn't, and that's so hot, you know? You know? Yep, I agree. I need her to beat me up and I thank her. See, that was like the issue. You know what I mean? Like her section, for me in terms of like scares in RE Village, it went like the Beneviento house, the intro, and then her section. But the issue is when I'm actually being like chased by her and her daughters, I'm sitting there like, oh my gosh, no, don't catch me, as I'm slowing down, being ready to be caught, essentially. It's like, it's not scary. It's not that scary. Like, I did a playthrough of it, like, years and years ago. Actually, how long ago was it? I think it was, like, 2 or 3 years ago on my other YouTube channel. And I had to keep saying out loud, like, please, stop moaning at me. I'm not scared anymore. But I also have a thing for Nanami. Take my ponytail, sir. That was... Listen, I've never seen a man encapsulate, like... This is such a dumb conversation that we're having, but I'm so here for it. Because I feel like we don't simp that often on these streams, but so I'm so here for it right now. The Nanami scene, like that was so much more like sexually charged than anything ever presented in the show. Like the collective grip he had on the back of everyone's ponytails for a week or two after that episode came out, it was insane. Especially because he went from being a character that like I didn't really see many people simping for to being like everyone reacting to that scene being like, oh my gosh, why isn't it me? It should have been me. When he's like grabbing that guy's ponytail and throwing him around and everything like that, like, oh my gosh. Wait. The only reason aliens haven't invaded Earth yet is because humans are too horny for people that could kill them. Oh my, well, the fact that you're saying that, the fact that one of the most popular, like, characters with the ladies is the alien from Alien, like, that does in fact kind of speak for itself, doth it not? She can love me because she hates me. See, she can love me because she hates me. See, I'm not looking for a woman who could beat me up. I'm just looking for a woman who would murder me in broad daylight for no reason. I hate Jogo. Like, that should be me next to Sukuna. To be fair, to spoil JJK Season 2, Sukuna also agrees. He also hates Jogo. He just puts that man down. I love Nanami since Aliens. I mean, since Season 1. The Alien, I'm trying to think. Here, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. We're gonna get into the main point of these streams eventually. I promise. Hang on. Hang on. Let me pull it up for everyone. Let me also make sure I have safe search on. Let me new incognito tab. Where do you go to do that again? Settings. Whatever. I'll take care of this later. I don't remember where to go for it. I set that up like forever ago. Alien. What the freak? There's a new Alien trailer, and it's just the alien wearing a coat. That is the dumbest and silliest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, the xenomorphs here. I'm pulling it up bigger so everyone can see. Let me go like, there we go. That thing. Those guys. Oh, okay. Yeah. You remember now. Yeah. Absolutely not. Not your type. That's valid. Listen, I feel like with a lot of like the monsters, it kind of like, this is just giving me flashbacks to when we were talking about Nemesis like last week. Were we also doing that during our Twofold stream? I don't remember. Wait, remember to type the word R34 with it for extra safety. Oh, you're right. I should do it. But I feel like when it comes to like monsters like that, like, I don't think that there's a way to properly articulate it. But so, like, when, like, I get told by people, like, a lot of the ladies I used to work with at a hotel loved the Alien. They were so into the Alien, and I never questioned it, because I was just kind of like, you know what? It's not for me, but, you know, you pop off, queen. You pop off. Hear me out. Yeah, Flowey, that's your type? That's your type? All right. I can allow, but, like, give me tall, crazy man who could kill me. Wait, so, Mr. X. How do you feel about Mr. X? Because he is just, like, a classy lad wearing a big old trench coat and fedora who chokes people. You know what I mean? Like, one of his scenes is just being like, I'm just gonna choke this little man. I'm gonna choke this little twink really quick, and then I'll get to actually killing. Wait, hold on, I'm curious now. Be right back. What does that mean? What does that mean, Flowey? Excuse me? Oh, hear me out. Okay, Mr. X is in that archetype. I'm kidding. Okay, listen, I just wasn't sure what you meant by that. But yeah. So that's why, like, with people like Pyramid Head, Mr. X, Nemesis, it's like they're just such vibe based. They're so vibe based in that way. But anyways, with that being said, let's get on into watching the Silent Hill F trailer, just because I really want to watch it. I was explaining my history with Silent Hill. So I played through the short message. Thought it was I thought I loved it at first. Never want to play it again by the time I finished it. Lol. Yeah. Listen, this is my issue. All right? I'm too easily distracted. Like, you guys are like a bunch of different sets of jangling keys, and all one of you has to do is just say something that remotely catches my interest, and then we're just who off in this direction, who off in this direction, who off in this direction. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm just like a cat, you know? That's how you gotta think about it. Lol, same. I'm glad I'm not alone. Glad I'm not alone. But then I played the original one on a very real certified PS1 with a very real disc in the cartridge that I also just hooked up to my computer and recorded for realsies. The whole hear me out was like 8 keys jingling exactly because I tried to course correct this a couple of times, but then also what I would have to do is just be like, what about this? And I'd be like, yeah, what about this? We're also the key to making your stream longer. Exactly. This is why in the Bellflower chat, we were talking about how, a Tithe and Blood's probably only going to take like 3 to 4 streams to finish. And I was like, I made a joke being like, ha ha ha, my goal is to beat it in under 10. That's my goal. I don't think we're doing that. I think it'll be 10 to 11 streams is how long it's going to take us to finish that game. Because by the gods, am I easily distracted. Like, I think we stopped to talk about Wicked and Lord of the Rings for like a solid like half hour last stream, just like in the middle of things, just in the middle of everything. We're just like, let's stop to yap about this really quick. So yeah, you guys are absolutely the keys to making these things stronger, because like again, just jingling keys. That, you know what, instead of beautiful people at the end of the streams, you know what, when I'm like signing off being like, and I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. I'm just gonna start calling you guys jingling keys from now on. Oh, I have another hear me out, but do the trailer and then I say it. Lord of the Rings is awesome. We can't get into this. We can't get into this, but I'll hear me out later. Alright, let's get into the trailer, because I also played Silent Hill 2. So Silent Hill 1, loved it. Silent Hill 2, loved it, except for the combat, which borderline ruins the game. But outside of the combat, it is the best survival horror of all time. Yada, yada, yada. Getting into the trailer. Also, if it's too loud, let me know. If it's too quiet, let me know. Oh, so because this is also just going to have such a... I'm sorry? No, you don't have to be sorry. You don't have to be sorry. Also, hey, don't be mean to each other. Oh. Ooh, hello? The f you say to me? Get back here, you little how dare you? Silent Hill F. I'm so interested in this one because the fan reaction, like whenever anything in Silent Hill takes place not in Silent Hill, is so bad. Oh. These are some interesting decorations. This is... oh. I love how harshly the red sticks out amongst all of, like, these dark gray... like, all these dark colors. That's why I really like that it's on her outfit. Because, like, outside of that, it's so, like, drab and dreary. And then you just have, like, here's a splotch of red. You know? It's so... Ooh, wait, actual gameplay? Stop. Stop. Hello? Hey, all caked up on a Sunday evening like this? How dare you? This thing's awesome! What the freak? This thing's sick! Oh no, there is combat in this one. That's the thing that almost ruined the second game. Was that combo game right there? Oh my gosh. These monsters are awesome. Holy freak. Oh my gosh. But was she just like whipping out like sick combos on that monster? Like, what the freak? Oh, also, I think you need to replace her school uniform a little bit. It's looking a little roughed up right now. Probably need to put it in the wash. Oh, did things just get reset? Oh. Oh, wait, that's awesome imagery. Is that one going to come to life and attack her? Oh, no. Ooh, wait, it is. Oh, let's go. Oh, I love that, because you're never going to know which one of these is, like, actually going to come get you. Oh, I love them. These... Hey, oh, shoot, hang on. I didn't mean to click on anything over on the YouTube side. These, like, doll-like enemies, it's like that uncanny vibe that you get from dolls or mannequins. And I love, like, just making that, like, the central antagonist for the entire, like, game, it looks like the basic people. So good. So good. Creepy as hell. Creepy. Ooh, it's like flashbacks. This is going so freaking hard right now. And that's the thing, you can always count on Silent Hill, even like the not so good ones, to have incredible monster designs. Like the one from the short message, it's called, I think it's just called like the Sakura Blossoms. It's like simultaneously like so pretty to look at, but also just horrific as it's chasing you down. Like Silent Hill, just whew, so good. So good. You never know which one will move and try to kill you. Exactly. That's awesome, because Silent Hill 2 actually had like an enemy that was very similar in kind of concept to these, where they were actually called mannequins, where like you'd see one and then it would run off and hide, so you never know if it's going to be like around this corner or under this cupboard or behind this couch kind of thing. But the issue with that game is that they just spammed it. So it became a thing of like, you walk into a room and you're like, there's one in here, so I need to check around everywhere now. Whereas if they actually are like, if they just show restraint with these enemies, they can so easily lull you into a false sense of security of like, because that's the thing, I think we talked about it for sure before, for sure, but like the idea of just normalizing things is how you make them not scary. So if they're just like very inconsistent about how often one of like the mannequins you're walking past actually attacks you, like I could just see that leading to like just some of the best scares. Don't say creepy as hell. It's not that scary down here. I don't know if I agreed to you with that. Everything, granted, I'm not that religious, but everything I've heard about hell makes it sound pretty freaking creepy. So, anyways, let's finish this. Oh, I hate the dark too, girl. You're not alone. Oh, the setting for this looks... Oh my gosh, what is this? The setting is so cool. Like, it's so, ooh. Oh, come on, that thing's rad. Like, it's so atmospheric, but, and like, it feels... Hang on, sorry, I kind of got locked in there. All right, yeah, there we go. Is there anything else? Hang on. Silent Hill F, September 25th, 2025. Oh, it's so close. I'm so excited. I also hate being in a lot of crazy places with with murderers. OMG, a screecher being alone. No, I also hate being alone with a bunch of things that want me dead, for sure. That's so free. We're definitely playing that on here. Like, I recorded the other two Silent Hill 2, like the other 3, I guess, Silent Hill games I played. We're definitely playing that on here, because I just want to. I get to things faster when I'm streaming them. It takes me longer when I'm recording them, just because like it's not a priority to me. So we're definitely streaming that as soon as it comes out. That's not even that far, no. I love the new meta. I love that the new meta for games is, hey, instead of announcing a game 2 years before it comes out, let's just announce it when it's almost done, so then people only have to wait a couple of months for it. And it's like, whoa, that's such a crazy idea, you know? That's insane. Good thing your chat doesn't have 2 insane killers. Oh, wait. I'm screwed. But no, that's awesome. That's awesome. But again, I think... Because I personally love the setting. Like, the fact that it still manages to keep the same... Because the atmosphere to Silent Hill, even as far back as the original PS1 one, is, like, so integral to the setting. Like, to me, like, atmosphere is, like, king in a lot of stories, but especially when it comes to horror games. Because if you just don't have that, it's harder to get invested and engrossed in the world, and you can't be scared of, at least to me, you can't be scared of something that's not real unless you're getting engrossed into it. But this does such a perfect job of capturing the uneasy, unnatural, and like kind of like dreamlike atmosphere of the Silent Hill games, while also taking place in a completely new location, essentially. And again, I'm so curious to see how people feel about that, because anytime Silent Hill doesn't take place in Silent Hill proper, which again, Silent Hill, for those who don't know, is like an actual place in the lore, people get upset about it. And I feel like it does make sense, because like the whole point of Silent Hill is that it's this town that's effed up, you know? So as soon as you have Silent Hill effed up, anyway, so as soon as you like take it out of Silent Hill, it's kind of like, is this really even a Silent Hill game, or is it just like another horror game? You know what I mean? But in Silent Hill, the short message, there was hints and talks about the fact that like they call it the Silent Hill effect. But why is the hill silent? because of the occult who tried to revive a god into the body of a little girl who was being kept alive, despite the fact that she definitely should have been dead. That is it. They tried to revive a god, and it completely janked the town, took out most of the people in it, covered the town in fog, turned it into a nightmare hellscape. And so outside of you and the monsters, it is completely silent in there. So he's talking about me. Exactly, I'm talking about you. Is that the lore? Yeah, that's the lore. The lore of the first game is that you and your daughter Cheryl are driving on through. You come too close to the proximity of Silent Hill, get into a crash, and then she kind of gets a. It's so complicated. I'm not going to explain the lore of like Henry and his daughter and yada 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 like that. But yeah, the basic gist is that a cult is trying to bring a god into our world through the body of this child. Oh my gosh, my phone is just absolutely going off of me. Chill, chill. And it completely just janked up the town. And a lot of people think that the future games after that... Phone, relax! Good lord, I'm gonna have to toss you aside. Sorry. A lot of people think that, like, Silent Hill, like, 2 and 3 don't really fit into that lore too well, because it's like, none of this really has to do with the gods. But in those games, there are hints of the old gods that they revived still, like, not being there, but their presence is still being felt by the town. That's why it's still trapped in this perpetual fog that draws people to it, essentially. The phone screaming at you. No, I got an ad. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hang on, but like, what were y'all saying during that? Because I kind of got a little too distracted. Why is the Silent Hill so beautiful? No, this game's so pretty. Again, I love that the color palette is just a lot of dreary, like very cold, like blues and grays, and then here's just a good, sexy splash of red. You know what I mean? I didn't get an ad. Well, you know, good for you. I'm glad. I'm glad that you did get one. I'm so sorry for KK. Yippee, I'm back. Let's go. Let's go. But what else? Yeah, what the? Me when the Skittles bag, me when the Skittles bag is empty. That's good. That's good. That's good. So yeah, no. Especially after seeing this, again, the only thing I am worried about is the combat, because I feel like in horror games, you have to walk a really fine line in combat. With combat, I mean, I just got an ad. Never mind. Oof. I'm sorry. Between it just like with when you put combat into a horror game, you have to walk. It's like a tightrope between falling into becoming a mediocre action game or completely just ruining the scares. Because if you give the players like too many options, like let's say you're sitting there playing Silent Hill 2 and you're just playing as Dude McGuy who picks up a wooden board to bash his way through the monsters, and then you can start juggling them across like a battlefield. Essentially, it's like this isn't scary anymore. I'm just playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, essentially. But if you make the combat too bad, then it just becomes like frustrating and obnoxious to play. So it's really hard to make a combat that feels good without making it feel like an action game, essentially. So I'm worried about that, especially because like the actual like her swinging around and the way it was like hitting the enemies, like in Silent Hill 2, which as far as I'm aware, so Silent Hill 2, the remake was done by Bloober Team. This is being done by Neo Boards, and I've never heard of them before. It's like a tightrope. Exactly. It's like a tightrope. And if you fall to either side or even down the middle somehow, it's just over for that game, essentially. Because then it's just not scary and it's not a good action game. That's why, like, when it comes to, like, Resident Evil, 2 and 3 have combat as a focus and is competent enough to get you through the game and still enjoy it, but it's not deep enough for it to start feeling like an action game. Whereas once you get to Silent Hill 4, the scares absolutely take a background. Like, there's still like a horrific atmosphere and everything, and there are still a few sections that can be spooky, but 90% of the game not scary in the slightest because it leans a lot harder into the action. It gives you a lot more mechanics, a lot more options. And it does it really, really well, so it's hard to make that scary, essentially. So it tries, instead of just being a flat-out horror game, it just tries to keep a similar atmosphere to the other games while it's just becoming more of an action game. Give them combat, don't overuse it, though. Yeah, and that is sadly what the Silent Hill 2 remake did, of if you just reduce the amount of enemies by, like, 75%, For me, it would go from like a 7 out of 10 game to a perfect 10 out of 10 game. Because the combat isn't good enough for how much it's required. And it also hardly functions in the first place. And they have 1,000 enemies in the game. So, like, a lot, like, the amount of times I'd be sitting there playing it being like, whoa, look at the atmosphere, the ambience, like the sound, the music, like everything about this is so horrific. I'm so into this right now. And then I turn a hallway and there's 10 enemies all coming at me. And it's like, all right, I forgot. I'm just playing an action game right now that barely works. That's fun. So yeah, if you just like reduce the amount of enemies like 75%, best horror game, period. But yeah, anyways, KK, you said you had another Hear Me Out. While if you want to tell us about it, while I go over to the next thing that I have in store for us. But yeah, no, I'm so excited for that. Again, I'm eating so well this year because I completely forgot to mention at the beginning of the stream. Without a Voice came out on the PlayStation 5, and as soon as it came out, I got it, and we're gonna platinum it as soon as we have an opportunity to, because I'm so excited. Because yeah, this year truly is just for me. We have 4 Studio Laud projects. A Tithe in Blood, Without a Voice, releasing in the same week again. Lock and Key, Upwards Reign, then there's Silent Hill F, there's the new Digimon game, and then, right at the start of the next year, there is the new Resident Evil. It's just, whew, I'm so good. So good. So yeah, I'm so ready for it. I'm eating so well, but I'm full. That's honestly how I'm feeling. You summed it up so perfectly well, of like, I am so full right now, but they just keep feeding me, and I'm so here for it. But yeah, no, the next thing that we're going to be reacting to is Beast of Reincarnation. Now, I truly, outside of like the one screenshot that we... Oh, Katakuri. Are you talking about Katakuri from One Piece? Is he a Hear Me Out? Cause like, he's just here. I'll listen. This is just what this stream is. I'm just gonna pull up a really quick. Wop. He's also crazy, and yes, but I feel like Katakuri, like, is just like a handsome dude. Is he not? I mean, like, sure. Once he pulls down his scarf a bit, and you see his like proper face, it's like a little bit freaky. But he's also just kind of really handsome. Here. All right, I'll show y'all Katakuri. I love Katakuri. He's such an S tier character. And his fight against Luffy, well, like, a lot of, like, One Piece fights aren't, like, beautifully, amazingly choreographed, but the story being told through them is impeccable. Like, the fact that, like, after this Katakuri and Luffy fight happened in the manga, I saw, like, 10 different over-hour-long analysis videos of just every punch thrown in this fight, and they all had new and unique things to say about it. Just goes to tell you how absolutely fire the writing for this fight was. But yeah, no, I don't see it. I mean, again, he's just like a handsome dude. He's just like a mysterious, edgy boy who just loves his family a lot. Like, there's like nothing to not love. Because, like, again, I like, once he does pull down the mask, I do see what you mean a little by him needing to be Hear Me Out. But at the same time, maybe it's just because I'm too accepting. This is not a deterrent. This is not a deterrent at all for me. So yeah, but I do see it. And exactly. Katakuri's just a good boy. He's just a good boy. I can climb him. To be fair, 99% of people would have to. Yes, Darkbender Zero. Yes, Flowey, what are you saying? Their fire was fire between them. Their fight was fire. But he's just a good boy. How's your day going? Oh, I mean, it's going I think I talked about it at the beginning, but it's like a 5 out of 10. There's been a lot of annoyances along the way, and I'm sad that we're finishing Twofold, which is another reason why I'm kind of like stalling a little bit. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Also, again, I don't think that there's actually that much of Twofold to get back to. So I'm kind of good with us taking a while here. Granted, we are almost at an hour and a half in, and we still have 2 more trailers to watch, but that's fine. That's fine. Who cares? But yeah, with that being said, I don't know exactly. It's fine. It's fine. Because, like, here's my goal. My goal is to come here and have a good time and make sure that you guys have a good time. So as long as you guys are enjoying this, then I'm good too. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. As long as one half of our equation is having a good time, then I'm okay with it. Like let's say I'm fighting Sans and I'm having a terrible time, or I'm having a bad time, wink. But you guys are loving it, then I go, all right, I guess we're good to keep streaming a fight against Sans. But if both, or like let's say like I'm streaming something that only I enjoy, and you guys are like, boo, this stinks, I'm not gonna watch this, but then I would go, okay, but I'm having fun though. Then that's all that I need is one side of our equation to be having a good time, preferably both though. So it's fine, fair. I'm having a great time. See, that's what matters. That's all that matters, is that we're having a good time. You care, Devil? You care? You really want us to stop yapping and reacting and everything like that? Because it's so like we could just like fire through these last two reactions and then get to Twofold. I mean, again, we've only been streaming for almost an hour and a half. Again, that's why like I thought it was very important to start using the just chatting category, because I realized that we go for so long before actually getting into whatever we're doing that night that I'm like, people need a way to be able to get into this. Good. Okay, hang on, phone, stop. Why did I become Mr. Popular in the past 5 minutes? Go over here. Away, where I can't hear you anymore. Okay. Anyways, but outside of the fact that a lot of people were freaking out about this trailer because they're like, it looks so incredible, why can't Pokemon be like this? And a single screenshot that I saw while I was looking it up last time, I don't know anything about this game. I don't know if it's another monster collector. To me, it kind of looked like almost like Elden Ring, so I don't know if it's a big combat-oriented open world exploration game. I don't know anything. But I know that people are very upset that Pokemon doesn't look this good. So I'm excited to see how good it looks, because if it's a banger, then that just means that there's more games to play. So, granted, I really don't need that. I get through games so slowly. I don't need more games to play. That's why, like, as excited as I am for all the things coming up, again, this year was made for me. I'm also like, I need to get through everything else I'm playing before any of these things come out. So we're on a roll. I want to join in the calling trend. Well, no, I'm not getting. Here's the thing: I'm not getting calls. I'm getting so many texts, and it's not like a group chat. Like when you're in a group chat, sometimes you get like, "Here's a text. Here's a text. Here's a text. Here's a text. Here's a text." From like into a bunch of different people, as they're like kind of like overlaying as they're having a conversation. This is here's a text from this person, and they'll send like 5, and then a couple of minutes later, here's a text from this person, and they'll send like 5, and they're all like individual conversations that I'm having with these people. So it's I'm not even getting called, but my phone is going off hard enough that it feels like I am. His phone wants attention. Yeah, I've just been neglecting my phone. It just needs attention really quick. Stop. But yeah, so I'm really excited to get into it and see it. So let's get on into it. Boop. Also, again, if it's ever too loud or too quiet, just let me know and I can quickly change it. Oh, what the freak? Oh, that is... Hang on, that was beautiful. This shot right here. That's gorgeous. Listen, good atmospheric lighting is like I feel like this isn't a hot take in the slightest, but like I'm such a sucker for it. It's so freaking pretty. And then it just comes in and gets absolutely demolished. It's just like this nice, beautiful lighting and everything. Such a peaceful scene. Oh. And then it grow. Wait, hang on. Was this not? I thought that this was like 2D. Is it? Is it? It looks 2D. But then like when it comes in, it even kind of looks like a PNG slamming down. Like a very pretty PNG, but it looks like a PNG slamming down. But then the way it actually like moves, I can't tell, because like there is a way that you can animate like a foot like that, even if it is like just a picture, like a 2D picture. But the way it moved felt very 2D. Like I think it's probably going to be like some kind of like mix of the two, which is cool because it like blends in so well. Like they blended them together so naturally. That was crazy. It looks like a mixed 2D and 3D, kind of like indie. What's indie? Oh, Indie Cross. Indie Cross is the cartoon about like all the indie games having like a crossover show. Yeah. These graphics are amazing. No, like that shot right there, like, because here's the thing. I definitely unless it's a horror game, I really prefer more cartoonish, stylized graphics and like everything like that. The more stylized the look, the better for me. That's why like games like Wind Waker HD, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, stuff like that are like some of my favorite looking, or like stuff like Fire Emblem Engage, like stuff like that are like some of the most beautiful games to me because of how stylized they are. I'm not a big fan at all of like hyper realism or games that are like trying for realism. Obviously, this isn't going for that. But when I saw like the screenshot, part of me was worried that it might be going in that direction. But no, this is very stylized, and I really like it. I still haven't finished Breath of the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest. I really don't like Breath of the Wild. I don't think it's this. I know that this is a hot take. I know that this is a hot take. I don't like Breath of the Wild. I think it's a bad game. And here's the thing: I know that my points are so good and so strong because I've had a conversation. One of my friends is like the biggest Zelda fan. He has played each and every one of the games like 10 different times, including Breath of the Wild. And by the end of the conversation we had about why I don't like it, he was just like, it wasn't even like we were arguing or anything. I was just like, and I don't like it for this reason, or like this reason, or like this reason. And he was just like, yeah, I mean, I think you're just right. And I was like, whoa, you've never told me that you think I'm like just right before. That's how I know that my opinions on Breath of the Wild are valid. They're so good. I like rage quit it like 5 times. Oh no, but that's so valid. Because again, I don't think it's that good. It has great moments. Um, it's a game with great moments trapped by the game's design, is how I'll put it. But that's not a conversation for today. I gotta know your opinion on it. You know, if we're ever having like a hang on. Yeah, maybe we'll just have to like try and schedule like another Yap session before stream just to talk about Breath of the Wild. Because again, it's a long conversation, especially if people have any questions about my points. So we definitely don't have time for that tonight. Agreed. Okay, cool. Because yeah, we can definitely talk about that another time. Because I'd also be so down for that. But anyways, we made it a whole 18 seconds into this. Oh, the beast spewed forth light corrupting of all living things. That looks like a Dark Souls boss. Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people be like, I was watching this crazy trailer for Beast of Reincarnation, and then I saw the Game Freak logo popped up, and I lost it. Like, what do you mean? So I thought it was a Wendigo, so just a pull. Will Dark get the twofold before the 90-minute mark? Um, Tracy, are you around? Could you set that up for me? If not, I could just quickly set it up. Um, Here, let me go like this. You are muted. Okay, because like, yeah, I've seen so many people be so mad about this, and I'm already getting it. Because again, I thought this was just gonna be like a lot of hyper realistic esque graphics, and I'm like, I don't want my Pokemon games to look hyper real. Like, I want these are my cartoon animals. Um, hang on. How do I do this? I always forget how to do this. See, maybe it's a good thing that I have to set this up because I need to remember how to do it. Analytics community. Um, because like I see a lot of people be like, why doesn't Pokemon like GTA 6 is coming out and it looks like just real life, but Pokemon is like the highest grossing media franchise of all time. Why can't it look like GTA 6? And it's because like these are my funny little cartoon animals throwing down. I don't want them to look real. Like even with like Scarlet and Violet, I like the more textured look on some of the Pokemon, but I really didn't like it on all of them. I didn't like that they tried to make like the Pokemon themselves had like they didn't even. Here's the thing: Scarlet and Violet are like the ugliest games of all time, in my opinion. Like they, no matter what my opinion is of the game's like quality, there's like no world in which I could like ever suggest that they actually like look good. Um. Oh, I can just do this. Okay, I'm pretty sure this isn't how I did it. Um. Pull. Hang on. Wait, it's not working. Oh, there we go. Will dark part twofold before the 90-minute mark. Lol. Lamau. No. Mayhaps. Yes. Yeah, let's just go ahead and how much longer? 10 minutes. Okay. There we go. The poll's been started. You can all vote for it now. Yeah, no specific game should have different designs. Like Pokemon should not look realistic. Exactly, exactly. And like a lot of people even like compare it to like the Xenoblades, and like I do think that those games look amazing. That's not how I want Pokemon to look. Like for me, I feel like they should have taken because Pokemon just never settles on a style, like in 3D. Like Legends Arceus, I really like the stylization for it. The graphic themselves like isn't that good, but the style's good. So they just need to take that and push it further to make that look prettier. Or like with Sword and Shield, like that style, I liked it enough, but they could definitely grab it, push it further, make it look better. But they didn't. They then abandoned it for the Scarlet and Violet. And then Scarlet and Violet, I really don't like the visual style that they're going for, especially on like the people and the world. The world's completely sauceless. No style, no substance, mid as hell. But at the same time, they had like between Scarlet and Violet and Legend ZA, because the Legend ZA, at least to me, looks like they are keeping the Scarlet and Violet style and pushing that forward. And with the extra year of development time, they have improved upon it greatly. Like it isn't like a Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom-esque beauty in terms of like graphics and everything, but it's a lot closer. It's still, granted, even to me, it's still not as good looking as like Let's Go Pikachu in the Eevee, but that's also just my opinion. Granted, we haven't even seen the full game yet, so that might be a little unfair. But yeah, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Anyways, now that the poll is set up, where... Oh, there we go. I was on the wrong thing. All right, let's me pull back up the YouTubes. Hey, my town is not mid. Let's make Sonic more realistic. Exactly. Like, I don't want my Sonic in the games to look like live action Sonic. I like live action Sonic in live action. Don't put him in my games. So, anyways, back to the thing. Ooh, hello, person. Oh, what a good boy. Oh, whoa. The frame rate was whack on that, was it not? Hey, God. Yeah, the frame rate is not looking good on that cutscene, but it's that is Game Freak for ya. Whoa, hang on, these monsters are so... Also, I'm so sorry if like me getting yelly and exciting is like peaking the microphone at all. If it is, let me know. The outfit looks so beautiful. No, it does. It does. What a fit. That monster is so freaking... That looks like... I know I compared it to Dark Souls already, but that looks like a slightly more family-friendly Dark Souls. But wait, hang on. Actual, like, parry mechanics? Actual parry mechanics right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because not to keep bringing up Dark Souls or, like, Elden Ring or anything like that, because I feel like I'm just doing that a lot for this trailer, but, like, Dark Souls and Elden Ring have the most boring mechanic in the world if you just have to time it and then click a button. Like, it's so not involved. It's so boring, and it's also so punishing, and it invalidates like the gameplay loop because it just shuts down the enemy entirely. The frame rate didn't do it justice, and the monsters are so creative. Yeah, but it's just like that one section. Like for a lot of the rest of this, the frame rate is looking like it's really holding up, but at the same time, this obviously like this scene right here looks like it's definitely like a way more intensive moment because of just how much is going on, how much is like coming in. But it really does dip there, like, bad. But, like, the rest of it, like, it's looking really good and consistent. Oh, and, like, even, like, the robot looks so cool. But, yeah, no, again, if that's, like, actually, like, good parry mechanics, I'm so here for that. Because games that, like, don't have, like, good defensive options that are, like, very combat-oriented, I'm like... It's hard to balance a combat system without defensive options. Like, I'm trying to, like, a lot of the times... I don't know. Because a lot of the times, like the defensive mechanics, either they're too overpowered or so underpowered that they're not useful. Like again, the parry in Dark Souls is so OP that it just invalidates the boss's design. Which, if you invalidate a boss's design in Dark Souls, the combat's just bad. Because Dark Souls combat is not that deep. The thing that gives it depth is how well designed the enemies are. So if you can just shut down the enemy, it's not good. It's bad. Well, that's epic. It looks so cool. Does look cool. Yeah, it definitely reminds me of an Elden Ring boss. Parry the platypus. Hit it back, parry the platypus. This is no ordinary parry mechanic. It's parry the platypus. But the games, dude, this does look so pretty. Oh, hello? Hello. Who are you, madame? Whoa. And I love the mix of like sci-fi into like this high. Whoa. God, that looks so cool. That look like this is like what a trailer should do. I feel like I haven't been spoiled on anything, but so many things have been shown that make me interested in the plot and the setting and like the actual, like, again, game mechanics with like things like getting spoiled. That's so interesting. That, because the combat looks so cool. And obviously it's only like a little snippet, so maybe once we see more, I could have a more like informed opinion on like, oh, it looks good or it looks bad. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. But no, like the mix of like the sci-fi and the high fantasy elements is really cool. Especially because like a lot of the robots look like really rustic. Like they all, even though they're like it's very sci-fi, they still very much so match the aesthetics of like, they still match the fantasy aesthetics. And like the robot at like the beginning during the fight, like have like, they look like very rustic and worn down, which also helps them fit like this like overgrown with like vegetation kind of settings, you know? Like it looks like the vegetation's almost even taking over the robots. That's very cool. You may be wondering why I'm making this Perionator. Well, you see, Perry the platypus, it is stated in my childhood. Excellent, excellent. Did you? So that show's back, and I heard that in the first episode, Doof has like a body count now, and that is wild to me. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's just what I've heard. But the last trailer that we're going to be reacting to for the day. Hang on, I need to check something just really, really quick. Hang on. Let me bloppity bloop that. Is we're going to be reacting to the Digimon story Time Stranger. For those who are unaware, I am a simultaneously a massive Digimon fan, but also not, because I love Digimon as a franchise, but the games are so frustrating because they go from being incredible to as mediocre as they come within the same game. Like, you'll be going through like the main quest and it's like, oh my gosh, this is so fire. The battles, the dungeons, oh my gosh, give me more, please, serve it up. And then the chapter you're on stops. And then you have to do like 5 mandatory side quests before you're allowed to continue the main story. And like even then, even in like the main story, until you actually get into the dungeons, Digimon games are just not that well designed on average. Cyber Sleuth is definitely the best, and there's also Survive, which is very good. I sadly haven't finished it because I started it and then I got too busy playing other visual novels, but I want to go back to it. Hang on. Why is this not working? Hang on, give me just a moment. Matt, wait. Are you trapped? Do you want to be free? Yesterday it would have been a yes, but today it's a yep. Is that not just the same thing? What are you talking about? What are you yapping about, Magic 8 Ball? Okay. We should be all good now. So now I'm making my Perionator to parry when things get thrown at me so I don't get by tomatoes again. Excellent. Beautifully done. Excellent. Good job, Flowey. Hello, Andrew. I didn't even see the stream until now. Oh, hi. How's it going? Hi. Welcome to the fake, absolutely not a twofold stream. It's been an hour and a half. Oh, hang on. Let's do the results. How do I... Wait, I can vote? I can vote! That's crazy. Hang on, it's gonna end on its own. Hang on. Anyways, I'll take care of the poll after we finish this. But how's it going, Andrew? Welcome in. But yeah, we're gonna be reacting to the Digimon trailer because I'm very excited. The game looks freaking awesome. And I hope that this trailer just continues it because I've heard a lot of people. I've heard hesitant thoughts about this trailer, and I'm not sure where that's coming from because I don't know anything about it. Oh.
But the situation here is critical. I'm counting on you,
See, what I'm expecting from this is that it's going to be like an Ocarina of Time-esque situation where you can travel between the future and the past kind of at will to like solve puzzles, to progress in dungeons, like that kind of thing. That's kind of what the vibes I got from the first trailer and just what I've generally heard about it.
Agent.
Ooh, oh, hello? I love this quirky little animation going on. Oh my gosh, hang on. This Digimon right here, the screen is black. What? No! No! I forgot to... There we go. There we go. We're back. We're good. Anyways, we're fine now. There we go. Also, did the poll give a payout? It should have. It should have. But yeah, no, there's the thing. But this guy, this idiot, this rock Digimon right here, worst dude. Hate this guy. So stupid. He digivolves into 3 guys who are all this exact design, just different colors. And you think, okay, so he's just a stupid little joke guy. He's just a stupid, dumb, silly. We can't see. No, you could see. You could see. You were lying. You were lying. Shut your face. Shut your face. I could see it on the YouTube. Wait, hang on. The YouTube free view's a little bit behind. I could see it on the chat, on in the Twitch side. Worth. Shut up. Shut up. But this guy, the stupid rock guy, once he gets to being an ultimate Digimon, one of his attacks becomes something called Galactic Flare, where he flies up into the air, holds his hand up like he's like charging up a spirit bomb, summons a galaxy, and fires like comets at you. So he's this stupid little dumb jokester guy who can just destroy universes, essentially. It is so dumb, and when you get hit by it, it feels so bad, because you just look at him, and you're like, you're so stupid. You're so dumb to look at. I, as a normal person, could punt your head off and win this fight. But no, you can just throw a galaxy at me. So, but anyways. Also, odd choice of starting Digimon. I might be picking, because that's what I'm assuming these guys are, probably picking Ipmon to get Bielstarmon, but, you know, that's just me. No, not... YouTube chat, stop being a butt. Not the people in it, but the actual... God, this game... Hang on. Hang on, this game looks so freaking good. See, this is exactly what I mean. If a Pokemon game just looked like this, like, look how cool that shot is. Look how good these models are. It's so beautifully stylized. This is exactly what I would want from, like, a Pokemon game. This is literally it.
Exactly are you working for? I remember you guys.
Who or what is that? You really don't know anything about the digital...
Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa, the digital world looks so pretty. Because, like, one of the complaints I have about, like, the other Digimon story games is that, like, a lot of the digital world is just, like, here's generic computer lingo-esque visuals. So it's, like, never that, like, visually engaging for the most part. That was very pretty. That was so good. Throwing galaxies pretty normal. You know, you are from a Sonic game, so that's valid.
But this is the first time that...
Ooh. Oh, and the battle screen. Oh, I love it. I love how this looks. I like it when this feels very Persona-esque. Like, it looks a lot like how it does, like, in the other Digimon story games, but it just looks that much more stylized to be, like, appealing. Everything about this is so cool, and the fact that there's actual like an actual boss health bar, crazy, crazy.
Titans have launched an attack.
Also, of course, this girl has both Angemon and Devimon. I know what you're about. I know what you're about.
We now believe most of the anomalies we've been dealing with stem from Digimon.
Wait, you okay, so that answers something. When the first trailer came out, I thought that you were only going to be able to ride some Digimon, but this?
Now believe most of the anomalies we've been dealing
So
with stem from
cool.
Digimon.
So cool, you can ride all of them, it looks like.
The world on this end is running
Oh.
out of time.
Oh, and the Digifarm, not the Digifarm actually looking cool. Not the Digifarm, also, old Digimon cards, I had these, because like, no, okay, hang on, sorry. My brain's so scattershot right now. The Digifarms in every other Digimon game is just like, nothing. It's so borderline, hardly a thing. So the fact that there's actually like some cool visuals to it, I'm so here for. But also, old Digimon cards were so weird. Like, look how articulated and muscular Agumon's arms are. That ain't how he is in the show, bruv. Why is he drawn like that? Like, I do think it looks good, but it's just so far off from how Digimon actually, like, look in everything else. But, like, now the Digimon cards are just gorgeous. They're so pretty.
With the digital world in such a state, the human world will most certainly.
I love... Oh my gosh, it's my boy! Korodamon! Look at this guy. This is... Hang on. Can you guys see my mouse? Can you guys see my mouse on the screen? Hang on. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. This is my favorite little guy right here. I love this Digimon with all my heart. Him in specifically this form is my favorite. And I've been playing through Hacker's Memory with my brother, and I've been searching for this little guy so freaking hard. He's so cute. He's so freaking cute. I love him, and I've been trying to find him. And one of the things about Digimon that I don't like is sometimes the Digivolution lines will change. Like, the guy that turns into this might not be in Hacker's Memory, but this guy might be, like, be able to be Digivolved into from a different Digimon, so it becomes a little confusing from time to time. But this guy is so cute. Honestly, this whole screenshot is just Digimon I love, because I love this guy. I love this one. This one's on my current team in Hacker's Memory. Very OP, because I can just put everyone to sleep. Also... so like there's Digimon Dawn and Dusk, and these two are basically like the poster children of those two games, and I played through Dawn about 1 billion times. That's why this guy is my favorite. This is why my boy is my favorite. Have you ever seen the Digimon anime? Yes, I have seen, I think, the first 5 shows. I've seen the original, O2, Tamers, Frontiers, and Data Squad. Dark, I had to tip for almost 2 hours and you still haven't started? Yeah. We've been talking. Okay? We're talking about my favorite Digimon. But welcome back, Tracy. I hope what you were doing was a good time. We even had to run a poll about if I was going to start before an hour and a half. Guess what? The results were no. But welcome back. Don't worry. This is the last thing that we're doing. But I'm just yapping about my favorite guy. Tracy, this guy right here, my favorite Digimon. I love him. He's so freaking cute. And again, all these Digimons are one that I really, really like. And I think we actually see the Digivolution of this girl in like a shot just a second ago. Hang on. Let's see if I could pause it on her. Yeah, right. Oh wait, no, it's just her. It's just her. Okay. Yeah, I love her design. Oh, hello. Who are you? Hang on. Sorry. Hold. I don't know who you are. What? I like the wings and the eyes. The mask is very cool. Anyways. Wait. I'm sorry that we have to go back so much. The visuals on this are so cool. See, like, this is kind of like... Because I grew up, this is like visuals that reminded me of like the original and O2. These visuals feel so reminiscent of like the early shows. Because it like actually blends like, because again, my issue is like with a lot of Digimon games is that the settings that they put in them are like very generic, like what people think the inside of computers would look like, blah 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 blah, that kind of thing. You can go back a frame by pressing when you can. Oh my gosh! That's awesome. I didn't know that. Thank you so much. You've taught me so much. We were talking about Hear Me Out for about an hour. It was not an hour. It was not an hour. It was like 20 minutes. Okay? Okay? Relax. But no, like, this actual, like, visual style for, like, the more computery aspects of it actually looks good. Because it looks like there's a style to it, which, oh my gosh, that's crazy. So crazy that it, like, that helps it look good. Oh, get out of here, mouse. Get out of here.
That egg is very important.
Oh. Oh, just body checking the Digimon? Let's go. That's some Ash Ketchum energy right there. I am loving... Oh, let's go. This is exactly what I wanted from Sword and Shield, of seeing, like, the actual, like, Gigantamax Pokemon just ravaging towns. Like, look at this. We have, Gundramon. This is Gundramon, I believe. I might be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure. No, I am wrong on that. Gundramon is literally just the guy who has the gun for the head, I'm pretty sure. But then we have all the Kawagamons on the building. Like, nice. Nice. No, it was an hour. Whatever. I had fun. About 30 minutes due to me talking about Katakuri because he's cute. Katakuri is again, he's just a good boy. He's just a good boy. Anyways.
We must protect the world from them. For this purpose and this purpose alone were you born.
If that thing opens, then we'll be swarmed by digital.
Cool characters. Show me my funny little guys.
We must fulfill our mission.
I like how involved it looks like the Digimon are gonna actually be, like, as characters in the game. Like,
Agent.
hang on, she didn't get shown, but, like, the girl, like, wearing the Digimon wearing, like, all the armor and everything. I'm blanking on her name. I'm blanking on her name so hard. Because one of the big appeals of, like, Digimon, like, the show, is that the Digimon, like, can talk, and, like, they have so much personality to them in the show. It really helped to be distinct from, like, other monster collectors. Whereas in a lot of the games, the monsters, like, your actually squad, the Digimon you hang out with, zero personality, nothing to them. A couple of the Digimon you interact with, those guys have the personality. But none of them are very integral to the story unless they're the antagonist. Whereas it actually looks like here, the Digimon are, like, the Digimon who actually, like, participate on your side in the story are actually going to have stuff going on. So that's very nice. Alright, to post a link in the server whenever we start. Don't worry, we're getting there. We've only been live for almost 2 hours. Okay, this has been bugging me because the voice actor in here sounded so familiar, but he sounds like Child Day. How do you pronounce that name? I've been corrected on this before because I used to stream Genshin, but, like, how do you pronounce? Good. Phone! Stop! For the love of everything. I need to toss my watch aside because my watch buzzes every single time I get a text or a call. I need to throw you away right now. Go. Distracting. Right, I could be wrong. What's Childay's voice actor or Childay? Like child? Never say like child. Childay English VA. Griffin Burns. Okay. Griffin Burns Digimon Time Stranger. Hang on. Narrator Digimon Time Stranger. It's actually just, like, not pulling anything up. Here, let me try this. Cast English. Oh, from what I'm seeing, they haven't even announced, like, who are the actual voices for these characters. I don't know how that works. But the Japanese cast has been put out there, but the English cast, we still don't have, like, the names for them. That's weird. That's weird. I am chewing on metal. Why are you chewing on metal? Call him Tartaglia? Tartaglia? Why would I call him Tartaglia? Is that his last name? I always pronounce it as child because that's how he says it in the game. No, I mean that's fair, but like child is just something I can never not think of, like because I watch a lot of Pokemon Then We Fight videos, and because it's all just like a big friend group of people who do it, whenever someone switches out, they always say, I'm running like child, and that's all I could ever think about. I keep forgetting this name because I haven't been on Genshin for a hot minute for reasons. That's his actual name. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I also haven't been on Genshin since my hands went bad. Just because I'm not gonna lie, Genshin, I have to like be very picky and choosy about what games I play now. And Genshin just does not make the list. It just doesn't make the list for me. So, anyways, let's finish up this trailer. We have about about 20 seconds in it left. So let's go. Happy Women Wednesday. Exactly. Happy. Oh, those are some fire outfits. Let's go. Let's go. Wait. Whoa. What the freak is this guy? New Digivolutions for Geogreymon? What the freak? And for Garurumon? What's going on over here? Oh, and there's a figure. Oh, and it comes with exclusive... Wait, but that would be, like, probably for, like, the, in-game version. Am I gonna have to... Oh, and it comes with an art book. Am I gonna have to pre-order the collector's edition? I don't have the money for that. I don't have the money for that. That'd be a stupid decision. It's probably one I'm gonna make though. So, because this game looks so good. This game looks amazing. Gosh darn it. Okay. Anyways, with that being said, who's ready to start Twofold? Wowza. Yowza, look at these results. You should buy the physical edition of A Tithe in Blood instead. Oh, I actually, and Wave. See, good thing we just talked about well, we didn't just talk about the Wave, but I did tell everyone about the fact that Without a Voice is now on the PS5 and on consoles in general, and I bought it, and at some point in the future, we're going to be going through and getting the platinum for that game, because I love and adore Without a Voice. So yeah, that's the plan with that. But yes, if you haven't bought the physical edition of A Tithe in Blood, you absolutely should, because I did. I got that, and the art book is on the way, so let me go ahead and get things moved over. Twofold. There we go. There we go, Twofold. But yeah, no, who's ready to start the thing that we're here for? Who's ready to start the main event 2 hours in? See, this is why we don't finish things. This is why I can't finish things. So me? Oh, awesome. Let's go. Let's get on into it. See, I think I have specifically... Yeah, I have these done up. So then... Hang on. Oh, no, I think I only have it set up for, the melee side of things. So we're definitely going to have to go through, and, like, it's just going to be clicking the skip button, but we're probably going to have to start over and go through, and... Well, I guess we could also start here, and then pick the club, and then yada yada. You know what I mean? That way we don't have to go through, like, all of it, but, yeah. Let's get into this, because as social demanded and requested, we are starting off doing the friendship routes with Heather. Heather, Allison, Eileen, Darren, in that order we agreed. Is that... I remember that we agreed to Heather and Darren, you know, being first and last, but I don't remember us agreeing on the middle two. But you know what? If that's what Tracy's saying, I believe her. So let's get on into it. All right, yeah, let's yeah, baby Heather, my love. Watch me by the end of this hate Heather. Like just couldn't care less about Heather. Like getting more interactions with her ruins her for me. That'd be so funny. I'd be so genuinely sad about that. But yeah, let's get on into it. Also, is the music overlapping for anyone else? Wait. Oh! Hello! Two instances of the Gabe. That makes sense. That's the third time that's happened. Don't forget to switch category. Yes, thank you. See, I'm not used to switching the categories, but I do need to do that. My popcorn is cold now. What was us? I started typing in Twitch as my category. Was us talking about Hear Me Outs and reacting, not like popcorn worthy? How dare? How dare? But you know, I also do respect keeping the popcorn ready for Twofold. So, it does suck, though, because popcorn, huge addiction. I literally can't have it in the house because I will just eat, like, a bag a day if I did. But, like, popcorn is truly something that you can't just, like, reheat once it goes cold. Because it'll just burn. Anyways, let's ask about Heather. Alright, there we go. Heather continues to be an enigma. She plainly doesn't care for writing at all, and varies from ambivalence to outright hostility towards the club members. Why she's still a member at all, I don't understand. Given how antagonistic she is in the club, maybe meeting her on more neutral ground sometime in the future would be for the best. Millie notices me catching her eyes as she and Tanya stop talking.
Hey, Millie. Know where Heather might be?
She thinks to herself for a moment, but it's Tanya who speaks first.
She keeps her business to herself, but I've heard her slip about her media studies and journalism courses before.
Oh my gosh, she's gonna be a journalist? Oh my gosh, that checks out. Most people who work in the news media, not good people. I'm sorry.
That's something to go on, at least. Thanks.
Well, bye. Well, have a great rest of your night. Have a good one.
Don't know why anyone would give someone like her the time of day, though.
Well, it's just... I've been around for a few weeks now, but I think I can count the number of times I've seen her around on one hand.
Listen, Tanya, this is a dangerous crowd to be saying you don't understand why people would like Heather, alright? You cannot be saying that in front of this crowd, okay?
Consider yourself lucky. Tanya, please.
Millie protests seems to do the trick in silencing Tanya's complaints. Even if the look on her face makes it obvious she has a lot more to say on the matter.
Either way, I was just curious. Thanks for the heads up.
There's quite a lot of food here. Why'd you make so many different flavors?
Didn't know what you guys would like. Besides, muffins are easy because you can throw in whatever's handy for flavoring.
Okay.
Chocolate chips, cocoa, fruits, that sort of thing.
So the way that this is gonna work is whenever we get to a scene that I don't think is new, we're just gonna click on the handy dandy skip button and have it send us straight on forward to whatever the next scene is. So let's just go ahead and do that. And then yeah, it's just gonna breeze us by until we actually get to the next scene where we need to like that activates with Heather essentially, because I'm assuming that those are gonna be the only differences between this and like the rest of the playthrough is when Heather is on screen. Like, look at this, just breeze it on by everything basically. Oh my gosh, hi Haley, how's it going? Oh my gosh, bestie alert. Oh my gosh, my love. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, with it flashing all white like that, NGL thought the game crashed for a second. So, it's not exactly how I expected to spend my free time, but at least the arts building is quiet enough to hear myself think. Darren is at least sort of reliable when it comes to attending club meetings and actually participating. Heather is more of an enigma. That's the second time you described her that way. Why bother showing up when you so blatantly don't care for the place? Something has to be going on with her. Indistinct sounds can be heard from up ahead. The door to the nondescript room closed and the lights off. Suspecting I found my target, I walk up and gingerly open the door. Oh? This is an odd sight. Is she watching... Hang on. Let's get a look at this again. It's just... Okay, so this is just her screensaver and she has like files pulled up. What is going on in here? The sight inside shows I've hit the jackpot. Are you saying that Heather's the jackpot? Oh my gosh. As I step inside, Heather's head silhouetted by the projector's flickering light. I stroll up behind her to see the screen better. She looks over her shoulder, barely acknowledging my presence before going back to watching the screen. Looks like the movies from the 80s or early 90s going by the fashion and video quality, but it looked like she had just files pulled up over it. I guess she could just be watching the film and then just pulled over the files. Heather lore, very intriguing. No, for real, I'm so intrigued to learn about why Heather is Heather. You know what I mean? Not much more than a B-grade slasher or horror movie filmed on a cheap and unsteady camera.
Interesting taste.
Oh my gosh, and Heather is a horror buff? Oh my gosh, I knew she was perfect.
If you're going to bother me anyway, sit down and watch.
At least she's not shooing me away. I settle into one of the uncomfortable chairs beside her and cast a glance beside me. She looks perfectly at home as she sits, watching cross-legged, blowing bubbles with her chewing gum. Oh, Heather CG, crazy, crazy. I love horror films. Same. I'm just huge into horror everything, whether it be like books or like podcast or movies or video games. If it's horror related, I want it. I'm all in. This doesn't feel like an intended use of the media room's projector system, but I suppose it isn't hurting anything.
Not really the kind of thing I'd expect you'd be into.
Shh. Olive, she's trying to enjoy the movie. As the movie takes her attention, I follow her gaze.
You came just in time for the best part.
Well, Kibble Heather, it's a little hypocritical if you also talk. But also, that smile. That damn smile. With the camera set ahead of her, a disheveled woman nervously steps through the wheat field in the heavy rain. A weak flashlight clutched tightly and with both quivering hands, barely piercing the night's darkness. With a sharp and ominous sound effect, a menacing shadowy figure rears up behind her, her face freezing. The woman spins around and shrieks loudly, and then...
Oof.
I love how red it got. And the reflection in Olive's glasses and her eyes. The reflections in her eyes makes Heather look like a certified psychopath right now. Oh my gosh. Though obviously fake, the gore's enough to make me cringe a little. Heather just keeps on chewing her gum, entirely unmoved.
You can tell someone was behind a movie like this. It isn't some committee of suits looking at statistics and focus groups. This is a director's vision. Right there on the screen.
Especially that look that she's giving to Olive right now. That has that is the eyes of a killer. Right down to the blood squibs.
What brings you around to this corner of the campus? You in the habit of poking your head into any unlocked room you come across?
Not at all. It's, well, more like...
You're doing such a stellar job pleading your case here, Apricot.
I regret what I said about Heather. What do you mean? What do you mean? This is exclusively making Heather better in my eyes.
Olive.
Also, Apricot is an S-tier nickname. She turns her attention back to the screen before I even get the word out. Guess I should have expected that.
So, what's your deal anyway?
What do you mean?
Don't play dumb. Why's a well-adjusted, sensible person like you in some dead-end club like Millie's?
What are you saying about yourself? Are you saying that you're not well-adjusted or sensible?
You make it sound like the writing club's on life support.
Well...
Isn't it?
I give a half-hearted shrug. She's not wrong, but that's a far more blunt assessment than I expected.
I could ask you the same thing.
I have my reasons, just as I'm sure you have yours.
Also, a weird thing is going on right now. Whenever I click to continue onto Heather's dialogue, it sounds like the audio is like clipping a little with her first words, and I don't know what's causing that.
Perhaps our wonderful club leader has won you over.
There are about a dozen different ways you can interpret that, though the smirk creeping onto Heather's face seems to imply the most embarrassing one.
She's nice, but I'm just there because I need the help to pass my writing classes.
No wonder she acts like your mom. You're the perfect little student for her to fuss over.
You really don't like Millie, do you?
Heather sits there while chewing her gum. I shift a little in my hard seat. Just as I think she's tuned me out for her movie, she stops chewing and finally answers.
Who do you think was the first person in the writing club? Those still around, anyway.
Heather? Excuse me? Is she trying to learn how to write a horror film or something? Is that what's going on? But then why doesn't she try? Why doesn't she care? You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. That's not a terribly hard question. Millie would have joined as soon as she could, and she and I are in our last year.
Millie, if I had to guess.
That's what you'd think, right? It was actually me.
Huh.
Aren't you a year behind her, though?
I took a gap year. Little did I know the club would implode the moment I left. It was a real club back then. I knew everyone there, got on with them just fine. Not that I particularly liked writing, but the people there made it worth it.
Hmm.
And evaporated by the time you came back?
So then why hasn't she just quit then? Someone play my boss theme. I've arrived. Welcome, welcome in, insert. How's your night been going? We had a great time here, getting ready for Twofold for 2 hours. It was a good time.
Just a shriveled husk. Went from a couple dozen people to 3. Even that's being generous. Not all grease monkeys, only there to keep the head count above water.
That's such a rude thing to say about Tanya. Excuse me. She's just like me. In what way? Are you talking about insert or Heather? There's a certain melancholic note to her last words, which is probably the closest to genuine open emotion I've seen from her. Not that I blame her, given how disheartening that'd be to come back to. Whether the blame for that could be laid entirely at Millie's feet, I'm not so sure about. Regardless, it's clear Heather's made up her mind. Silence lingers as her gaze goes back to her movie. The killer now hunting down another hapless teenager. I can't see the appeal of the stuff myself, and this isn't helping.
You mentioned something about needing bodies for the club, back when Darren and I joined. That's the first I've heard about any rule like that.
There's nothing official from the college admin about when a club gets shut down. What is a rule is that every club has to have a supervisor and an allocated budget.
That's just what keeps a club going. And besides, the writing club doesn't even have a supervisor. I didn't see one in the art club either.
The art club's nothing but a group of freaks who somehow got a set of keys to hijack a room.
What does that say about you?
As for the writing club, well, you ever see that old raisin of a man around campus? Eyebrows like a double as bird nests? Hard to miss if you know him.
He's one of my gen ed professors.
Opinions?
I usually like my teachers just fine, but he should have retired years ago.
Got it in one. Never met a student who liked him. Not even a goody two-shoes like you. Unfortunately for him, he got saddled with being the supervisor of the writing club. Now, what do you think happens when a club with a whole 3 people has a supervisor who doesn't want the job?
They dump it, I guess? If the member count is that big of an issue, how is it still around in that case? Wait, why do you know so much about club politics anyway? I remember checking up on clubs before, and none of this is written on the school site or brochures.
Same answer to both. I got wind that the crotchety old fossil was going to get us shut down, so I persuaded him to leave it alone.
But why if you don't like it, though? Why? Some guy... Wait. Oh, wait. Update on the FNAF Mimic situation. Here. I'm going to read that after we get through this scene, because the way insert that these are working is we're just going to go through and we're doing the friendship routes of Twofold, and the way it's working is we're doing one scene, and then we just skip a bunch, and then we do one scene, and then we skip a bunch. So I'll read it after all the FNAF things. Just know I will read it eventually, like probably in like a minute or two. Just give us a moment. Thank you. But because I am very curious to hear how it all went. With time, Dark. With time. ... No, for sure. I understand. But that it's just tickling my fancy a lot of like trying to understand her better. Because with the way everything she's saying, it's like, why on earth? The more she talks, the more I'm like, why would you be here? Essentially. So that just makes the answer that more like tantalizing and probably like more worth it to hear.
How'd you do that?
Zeroed out the budget and said he could keep sitting on his ass while the club managed itself.
So Darren and I just helped make more of an informal case for leaving the club alone. As long as we keep quiet and manage our affairs, the professor's lack of attendance will slide under the radar. Which also means that Millie's paying out of pocket for everything. Oh. From the reference books to every perfectly organized pen, notebook, and marker.
I feel like I should be asking why.
That really doesn't matter. You should be thanking me for keeping your lifeline afloat for this long instead.
God, I think I love her. I like her now. Same. Even when she's right, she's insufferable. See, no, that felt very sufferable to me. I don't know. I love her. She's awesome. Oh, 1 week later. All right, here we go. Right? See, Social, I'm starting to understand the love and appeal for Heather even more now. We get lore about the club, too. No, that's awesome, because, like, that, if you don't go through that, you don't learn about even how much more tragic it is that the club fails because of how much more Millie is putting into it than, like, she's, like, supposed to, you know? I still hate her asshole moves still. Wait, I still hate her asshole moves still. Listen, no, I think that just makes her better. That just makes her so much better. Anyways, skip. See, now I can look over here and read. Some guy had the same situation, beat the game all over again, and posted his save file on Reddit. So I downloaded it and put it in my save files and played his save. I did all possible endings. For one of the endings, I had to beat the game all over again, though. Oh, good lord. So in total, it was 20 hours of gameplay, but the game was 10 out of 10. I really loved it. W. That's exciting. I am looking at it, and I think I'm going to try and... I'm not sure of when I'm going to pick it up. I'm thinking about just getting it tomorrow when I get paid, but even then, I'm like... Do I? Because I'm trying to think about, like, the schedule, how we're going to do things. Because I want to play... The next game for sure that we're doing is going to be Little Nightmares. But I could play Secrets of the Mimic before getting into the Resident Evil games. Because I have all the Resident Evil games, like, ready to go and everything. But we could play... I'll pay you now. I mean, hey, listen, if you wanna pay me right now, I'm so here for that. I'm down. I'll never say no to that. But, like, the Secret of the Mimic is new, it's out, it's fresh, and I also don't want to get spoiled for myself, so I'm like, it's probably smarter to play that immediately. I mean, I think it's like $40. I think it's like a $40 game, which is also crazy, by the way. In a time where, like, everyone's trying to make their games $80, $90, like, Xbox will just put out a thing being like, all our games going forward are going to be $80, and we're increasing the price on all consoles by 100. It's like, to come out with this, which everyone is saying is, like, that good of a game, again, the fact that it is only $40 is crazy. $40 is cheap. Exactly. Like, sure, there's a lot of indie games that are cheaper than that, but the fact that it is a new, super popular game, only $40, like, that's crazy. Just in case, though, if you do get soft locked at one point, try to copy your saves on your computer every once in a while. Lesson learned now that I'm thinking about it. So in case you get soft locked, you can load the copy. See, maybe that's why it's only $40. See, maybe that's why it's $40. It's because regardless of the actual quality of the game design, it's still a steel wool game, so there's a good chance it's not going to function very well. So maybe that's why. So, anyways. We have more Heather lore now to learn. After stressing about everything for so long, it feels unusual to be the only one concerned with figuring out how to kill time. The final club meeting of the semester was today, or it was supposed to be. Think about this, though. You can't jump in the game, so the glitch potential... Why am I even here? Why did I decide to go down the Twitch path of reading things? Why is this what I decided to do? I can barely speak, much less legibly read things. I'm so stupid. Think about this, though. You can't jump in the game, so the glitch potential is mitigated. No, that's very, very, very true. But it still will, so you know what? I believe in them. They will find a way to put in as many glitches as possible. So, no, I'm sure that they did a much better job of getting the glitches taken care of, but considering what your experience is right now, Insert, and, like, what you've had to go through, it's like... well, they didn't do that much better. But no, you do bring up such a valid point, Tracy. The fact that, like, a couple hundred glitches happen from jumping in a security breach. Duh. Think about how to kill time, but killing a concept is hard. Go play Pokemon Diamond. That game is, just throw hands with Dialga, you know? Oh, I didn't like how I said that, Dialga. I don't like Dialga. Dialga's a weird way to pronounce that. Just go wipe out Dialga. Except, you're technically not killing him. Because if you go back and fight the Elite Four, you can then just go back to Spear Pillar, and he's back. So, Wait, is it? Yeah, it's Spear Pillar. I was thinking, like, wait, is that? But I think Rayquaza's place is Sky Pillar. Or is that just in a mystery dungeon? I'm getting lost in the sauce right now. You can catch it, release it, and it's dead. Oh, yeah, you can do that. Yeah. That's a valid option. Nintendo could never with $40, bro. Dude, Sky Pillar is Hoenn? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was Hoenn, or if that's what, like, his place in, like, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue was called. The fact that, like, here's the thing with Nintendo, alright? Not only are they the ones who started the trend of $80, $90 games, but their games hardly ever do price drops. Not sales. Their games go on sales, like, during holidays and stuff, but, like, with Capcom, like, Resident Evil 4 comes out, $60, that's its full price. Then 3 months later, the full price of it drops to $40. I try to say $40 in dollars at the same time. And then, like, a few years later, the full price for it is going to be, like, $20. Like, they actually know how to price drop their games to make it appealing because they're old games. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. But they did well with the glitches. Like, that was the only one I experienced the whole time. Your gameplay will be really smooth. Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. So yeah, maybe once we finish a couple of the quizzes that we have lined up, then we'll start Secrets of the Mimic. So that'll be the plan. That'll be the plan. Anyways, the final club meeting of the semester was today, or it was supposed to be. Heather and Darren were no-shows, and even Tanya only bothered poking her head in for a few minutes. Unfortunately, there were still things that needed doing, even if no one was around to do them. After helping her clean the room up, she sent me away while she finishes organizing some paperwork. I would have been more than fine staying with her, but if she wants to be alone, I won't argue with her. My solution is to aimlessly wander the halls. A college campus isn't the best place to find entertainment, and no better ideas cross my mind. That's such a lie. If you like people watching, there's so many silly things you can find on a college campus. You're just not trying hard enough. That is, of course, until my meandering about eventually leads me to the AV room. I wonder if she's even on campus anymore. Of course, I would go looking for Heather. I would too. I put my hand on the doorknob, not entirely positive I want to know the answer. Her not being there is actively better for everyone's mental health. At the same time, for whatever reason, Millie seems to consider her constant flaking to be a bad thing. That being enough to steel my nerves, I push down. There's no resistance, and the door opens. Oh, it's Darren and Heather. Oh, they're just vibing in here. Hello? I feel my heart sink. It's only the back of their heads, but I immediately spy not one, but two clubmates watching some out-of-season horror junk. How dare you? Take that back, Olive.
Not the right floor, not even the right building. You two forget where the writing club meets?
As expected, Darren jumps from his seat, standing at attention. Heather's arguably even more predictable, turning her head in annoyance before pausing the movie and taking to her feet as well.
Very observant.
Thank you.
Why are you still here if not for the meeting? The semester's over. Is it really just a matter of spite?
This is part of the reason I said Heather feels to me like she's straight, and honestly Darren too. I was actually about to ask, is this where like the shipping material for them comes from? I mean, how often are two single people just hanging out in a dark room watching horror movies together if there aren't sparks a-flying? You know what I mean?
Correct again. You're just a natural-born intellect, aren't you?
I guess I should have expected as much. From her, anyway. My eyes turned to Darren. I really didn't expect this kind of thing from him, especially after this morning.
That's not what happened at all. I was going to go today, really.
And?
I got ambushed.
If it was anyone else, I'd brush it off, but that response feels oddly in character for him.
I was actually heading over when Heather intercepted me and dragged me here instead.
Was this really a more appealing invitation than the club?
No, she literally dragged me here, and then when I got here, she handcuffed me to this chair. Look, Dangle's handcuff from the chair. I can't leave, literally.
No, I mean she literally dragged me by the arm.
Shut up. Shut up. I guess that's as good as confirmation as any. The only thing I can think to do is sigh.
I will never understand you.
And that's such a disappointment. I was really hoping I'd have a fellow agent in chaos before Millie dug her claws into you.
What part of me screamed Agent of Chaos to you exactly?
If Olive had a character alignment, it would be neutral, neutral. That is how they would be. She gives me a quick once-over, her previous smirk quickly turning to a frown.
Pickings are slim nowadays. You take what you can get. As should be evident by now.
That's called true neutral? No, I think Olive is too passive even for that. I think going neutral, neutral is a more fitting description than true neutral. You know? That again, it's purely just a vibes-based thing, but that's just my opinion. She tilts her head in Darren's direction. That's so rude to say to the person that you were just hanging out with.
Wait a sec. I don't have anything against Millie at all.
Excuse me? You flake even more than I do, which is quite the accomplishment.
That's something else entirely. You've got the wrong idea.
Her frown sinks even deeper. This woman is entirely beyond comprehension. The last time we spoke one-on-one, she was talking about how she's been trying to keep the writing club afloat. What gives?
Then all you're doing is interrupting my alone time. Out. Both of you.
But then Darren's like, but you physically forced me into this room, and now you're kicking me out? That's... alright. Her alone time that she forcibly dragged another person into. Darren doesn't need any more encouragement as he strides past me and out of the door. I'm not so eager, watching as Heather returns to her seat and resumes her film. I think me and Heather are just like sharing like such a mental link right now. Not another word from her. No snark, not even an acknowledgement of my presence. I return the gesture in full, quietly making my exit. Darren's still waiting outside, much to my surprise. I expected him to be halfway home by now, with how fast he booked it out the door.
What's up?
I just wanted to apologize for how this entire thing went down, I guess. I know you have personal stakes in this now, too.
Guess it's hard to deny that, given the last few minutes, even if the initial shock of him being here was a downer, it's at least a relief to see my gut reaction was wrong.
You and Heather painted a pretty complete picture of what happened. I don't blame you.
I'm so glad to hear that. You wouldn't believe.
He's noticeably more at ease now. His posture relaxes, his head begins to sink, a curious expression on his face.
If she showed up on campus just to spite Millie, how did she plan to do that? If you didn't show up, I doubt anyone would have ever even found out.
That's... huh.
Yeah, that's such an oddly motivated and not thought out plan in the slightest, because in the Etanya friendship route, she plans this whole thing to spite Millie, and then we don't even really find out about it. We just think that they flake. What an odd gal. Like Olive said, she truly is an enigma. Heather is so awesome. Wait, what's this thing about Ben 10? Hang on. Heather reminds me of Gwen from Ben 10. Is it just me or does Heather look like Adam Eve? She is a lot like if you just made Adam just a huge jerk in the best way. Don't go back to old Twofold streams where I was roasting the hell out of her. Nice. Nice. Yeah, no, listen, it's just called character development. You've just changed as a person. You don't plan anything out anyway. How dare. I plan things out, I just don't execute them until the moment of, alright? I plan things out, it's just the execution I struggle with. I face the door, not sure what I'm expecting to get from it. Was she planning something after the fact? Was it a lie? If it was, then why is she actually here?
Well, whatever her plan was, it's not happening now.
Guess not.
Both of us continue to stand there, not quite sure where to go from here.
I'm gonna get going. Tell Millie sorry for me too, if you don't mind. I'll try to be better about showing up from now on. I promise.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Gotcha. I'm sure she'll understand. See you around.
And with a small wave, he's gone. I should probably start making my way back to the writing room soon, too. As I start my short journey back, I can't help but wonder how Heather would feel learning of Darren's commitment to showing up more as a result of all this. See, Heather's just trying to some reverse psychology with the longest con mankind's ever conceived of being like, if I try to ruin his life, drag him around to all these terrible things instead of the writing club, he'll realize the writing club isn't so bad and go there. What a stupid plan that would be. All right. I think we're good to skip there. You just don't have good plans as well. How dare? I think my plans are perfect. Again, I just don't execute on any of them well. So let you just go ahead and skippity dippity. Heather's definitely going to replicate the kills on Darren. Yeah, no, turns out that that's all that Heather's doing is just like studying these horror movies for that purpose. Nintendo evil, very explicitly rude. No, that's the crazy thing is Nintendo kind of went from being like the sweet summer child of everyone to being like, look at Nintendo, the happy, friendly family company. And it's just truly turned into the biggest villain. You can just press tab to skip. Oh, I don't actually need to go down to the skip button. I can just hit tab. That's good to know. That's good to know. But like even like all the other companies are even uniting against them. Like ever since this, all the other companies have been going out of their way to try and look as good as possible. Like I think Rockstar has gone out of their way to be like, actually, GTA 6 is only going to be $60. All the other like Xbox and Sony and Valve are being like, actually, we're trying to get rid of console exclusives, except for Nintendo's case. See, the three of us are going to start sharing all our games, and it's going to be awesome. And it's just like, Nintendo just set themselves up to be seen as the villain of the video game sphere, and everyone, even all of the other gaming companies, are uniting against them. And in some ways it's beautiful, but in other ways it is very sad, because I'm such a big Nintendo fan in general. So to see how they've fallen in these terrible ways, it's like, it sucks to see. Exactly, like yesterday I planned to grind on a game I play. Instead I watched TV shows I watched as a kid because I got lazy. Exactly. It's just not working out. It's just ruining things. It's been a while since I've seen Tanya, but I'm still hoping for a quick hello and goodbye without any fanfare. I clean up the kitchen quickly and shrug on my coat, checking the weather outside. It's pretty cold, but waiting for the trolley would probably take longer than just biking. Looks like circumstances will make the decisions for me this time. I head out, grab my bike, and make my way over to Tanya's.
Congratulations!
So much for a quick hello and goodbye. Immediately after knocking on the door, Tanya dragged me inside, demanding gossip about her situation.
You know, I always suspected it. My gut never lies.
I always come back.
Even if I think you could do better, Mills.
That is so rude. Olive is such a catch. That was so mean.
You're drunk. Tipsy. Barely buzzed. Doesn't mean I'm blind.
I love looking over to the chat, saying, "Ha! Wow, that was fast." FNAF reference. What was fast? What's going on? My eyes wander over the table in the corner of the room. At least 2 empty beer cans are knocked over, and there's an open pack of cider.
Tanya. She's not wrong. I got very lucky.
No. Here's the thing. Millie is also very high league, but Olive, come on, you're a catch. Don't let people put you down like that. Part of me feels bad for how thick I'm laying it on, but hey, it helps sell the story. There's also the fact that it comes surprisingly naturally.
See? They passed the test. Second one of the year, and way more important than that other one.
You mean my finals? More important than getting through college?
Yep.
Is Olive, though? What do you mean by that? Olive's awesome. Olive's great. Olive's such a good partner, and you see that through both their relationship with Millie and Caprice. Olive is great. Is this a Heather scene you can't skip, though? I mean... Wait, why did it do that? Oh, hey, Haley! Oh my gosh, what's up? I was wondering that same thing, because I was like, we've been through this scene before, so I was thinking, like, maybe Heather's gonna show up during it? But then as soon as you said that, I was like, let me just check to see if the skip button's gonna work again, because my hands were off the keyboard when it stopped, so I don't know why it stopped. Show I don't know. Also, sorry if you can very loudly hear me sipping my water. Oh my gosh, hey Haley. So, I'm glad you called it out, though, because I was only, like, half sure that we'd been through that scene already. Because, like, all these lines are very familiar, but maybe at some point Heather's gonna pop on in and be like, hey, y'all, I'm here too. And then just dip. But that makes a lot more sense. Flowey redeemed Hydrate 100. Okay. Wait, did 2 go through? I have a guess. Just that one line changed if you weren't in Tanya's friendship route. I guess that's fair. If we're not on Tanya's friendship route, it's just that one line. I just didn't expect... Also, look at all. They're just phasing into each other. Oh no, Mike's a ghost now. No, Mike, stay with us. Stay with us, please. So, like, that would make sense if it was literally just, like, that one line. And that is cool, because I do, like... Even minuscule changes like that I love. That's one of the big reasons I really like Without a Voice. Because it could be like 90% the same route, but because you just made one single choice a little differently, here you get new dialogue. So I really like it. Mike is off to see his dead wife. That is foul. That was foul. You're so wrong for that. Too soon? Yes. That is still the only time I've cried that hard on stream. Like, yes, Papyrus got me to cry, but I was able to push through it, able to keep going. That stream, I was crying hard the whole time. Not the whole time, but obviously just like going through all those scenes. So yes, too soon. But here we go. New Heather lore. Despite how I started last semester, I was actually looking forward to classes starting up again. Any sort of return to normalcy after how the holidays went would be welcome. And then the process of getting my textbooks started. The library is filled to the brim with students, lugging around piles of books larger than themselves. I was hoping to get ahead of the curve, but it looks like literally every single other student had the same idea. I heave a heavy sigh. My collection of books is modest compared to last semester's extra workload, but that isn't going to get me out of here any faster. Some students have come to the same grim realization, choosing instead to simply take a seat and wait out the crowd. Thinking that may not be such a terrible idea myself, I start scouring for an available seat. Unfortunately, the tables are just as crowded as the rest of the library. Oh my gosh, hi Haley. Wait, have we gone through this scene already too? No, okay, I clicked the tab, but we haven't been. I eventually find a chair to call my own with a couple of students having a conversation between themselves at the otherwise empty table. Also, hey Wallace, sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. It's just that saying hi to Haley is just like literally a reflex at this point, like whenever she's on screen. So it's like, the two greatest people of all time are here in the same scene. I should acknowledge both of them. The two goats in the same room? Exactly. The two goats in the same room. One, Flowey, that's just because you're just objectively wrong. Wallace is just a chill guy. Honestly, we should start using Wallace as like the chill guy meme instead of like the chill guy on the meme. I eventually find a chair to call my own with a couple of students having a conversation. Oh. And what an unusual couple of students they are.
Hey, Haley.
Oh my gosh, Olive's just like me for real. I said that exact thing. I managed... that was terrible. I managed to catch her attention despite the best efforts of the hustle and bustle of the library in the background. She leans back against the back of her chair, flagging me over.
Feel free to take a seat. We're probably going to be here a while.
Needing no further prompting, I accept her invitation, placing my small stack of books on the table in front of me as I do so. Finally, properly settled in, my attention turns to Haley's conversation partner.
Wallace.
Right. Sorry, it's been a while.
How could you dare forget Wallace's name?
Don't worry. I get you.
Good talk.
You could have worse timing. We were actually just talking about the writing club.
Millie's a friend of mine, so I try to keep an ear on the ground when I can. Which means I know everything about you, obviously.
If I doubted he and Millie had history, I definitely don't now. They're both so good at effortlessly being terrifying when they want to be.
Relax. It's all positive. Mostly. Though there's bound to be some bias there from Millie's point of view.
Not Wallace over here being the evil and intimidating horse. Or I should say giraffe. I dig my face further into my scarf.
Anyway, about the club?
Dead in the water, despite my best efforts.
An interruption that simultaneously puts the three of us on edge as soon as we place the voice. They're treating Heather like she's an Avenger level threat right now, and I don't know if it's invalid or not. not the giraffe, no. Watarimashita. As if on cue, Heather makes her grand entrance, plopping herself down in the other empty chair besides me, tossing her books haphazardly on the table.
That seat's taken.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The vitriol, the vile edge to his voice. Oh my gosh, the ire. The scene is gonna be great insight for us. It's so true. She is an Avengers level threat. Again, that's the thing, is like, they're treating her like that. I don't know if it's misplaced.
Oh, really? By whom?
Oh my gosh. And Heather's smart too, using the proper version of who/whom. Oh my gosh, that just made her like 10 times better.
By literally anyone else.
Ooh, vicious.
Heather brings up a hand, curling in a claw before giving a small swipe, all accented by the smirk that's permanently stuck to her face.
I'm like Apple here. Just an ordinary member of the writing club. If you're talking about the state of the thing, I think I'm entitled to listen in.
I do like that all of the names for all of are all tree related in some way.
Feel free to listen in. A few tables over. Without the commentary.
That doesn't go for me too, right? I can still commentate?
You wound me, Wally.
She managed to put the entire table on lockdown in a matter of seconds. If nothing else, she seems to have a genuine talent for that.
I'm not really in the mood to listen to you brag about how much you screwed the club over.
I did no such thing. My target was exclusively Millie.
What the? Actually, no. I don't care.
Heather's been keeping the club from closing down behind the scenes, negotiating with the people who manage the budget and stuff.
Oh? A couple of surprised expressions and one scowl at the table. I'm tired of the esoterics, and Heather's lost any kind of goodwill for me a while ago.
Didn't think you had it in you to snitch.
Yeah, well, you're constantly finding new ways to surprise me too.
If that's the case, then what the hell is the point of all this? What's your game?
Heather responds with a scoff, one of the three expressions she's able to pull off. I would... Listen, her sprite and expression sheet only had enough room for 3, alright? Oh, I love the heart. I love the love for Heather. Heather responds with a scoff, one of the 3 expressions she's able to pull off. I wouldn't be surprised if she ended it there, and for a while it seems like she's going to do just that, but eventually she finds her words.
I told you exactly why. Millie's the problem, not the club itself.
Without her, there is no club.
Managed just fine without her before, I seem to recall.
I catch myself clenching my fist. How can this woman look so nonchalant when she's sharing a table with 3 people who can't stand her? I guess this is just the kind of element where she thrives.
So what? You're keeping it around as long as possible and tearing down Millie all the while? That's torture.
This somehow manages to get under Heather's skin when nothing else can. She straightens herself, no longer leaning lazily on the table.
Don't assume things, Brad. I genuinely, sincerely loved that place. I may have only been there for a semester before Millie took over, but it was the best time I had in this hellhole.
She lost herself for a moment, but she manages to regain her typical composure at what felt like just inches away from the peak. She deflates back down, resting her head on the back of her hand.
All she's good at is shoving people away. I'm just trying to return the favor.
Oh, interesting. Wait, I can't decide whether I love her or hate her. I think I'm in love. And I definitely know why I hate Wallace. Hey, yo, get this goat slander out your mouth. Walk up, what's his name? Will Smith it. I'm gonna Will Smith ya. Seriously, Heather, you are awesome.
For the love of... Heather, we've had this discussion. What do I have to say to convince you it was all just a matter of unfortunate timing? The popular members left, so people followed suit. The only reason I left was because of Eileen and Allison.
I wonder.
She seems to give it genuine thought for a moment. Given that this is supposedly isn't a new occurrence, though, I'm not sure how much stock I should put in that.
Who knows? Maybe you could have convinced me if it was an isolated incident.
Excuse me?
I remember the overachiever from before she was playing leader. The only time she'd ever skip out on a meet was when her roomie needed something. Pretty much inseparable, as far as I remember.
Hey!
And then I take my little break, and after I return, I'm met with an empty room and a rival club whose leader can't stand Millie. Weird coincidence.
You don't have the right to talk about that. Like, at all.
Even Haley's deadpan nature is starting to crack. I'm not sure how much more I can take of this either. For her to be so wrong on every single front when able to come to terms with it.
Seriously. Why do you even care about the actual club? If you're upset about your friends leaving, go get their phone numbers or whatever.
Interesting advice. Have you tried passing it on to your girlfriend too?
I'm genuinely waiting for Olive or Haley or Wallace to Will Smith her right now. This is crazy. I'm too short for that. You'd have to crouch down. Nah. Listen. At a staggering, overwhelming height, I could reach. I don't need to. Heather is so right. Haley, oh how I love you. Haley, you're losing your goat status to Heather. Don't do that. This is awesome. I love all the complicated emotions going on right now.
Millie wants the club to succeed because she actually cares about the writing side of things, not because it's where her old buddies chose to crash. Whatever twisted common ground you think you two have, you don't. If the club eventually goes under, Millie will still have people who care about her.
Oh, shots fired! Oh my gosh, Heather, are you gonna stand there and take that? Fire back.
You could have said the same if you chose to try and reach out to your friends instead of dedicating your life to spiting her for half a year.
The four of us go silent, allowing ourselves to drown in the chatter of the crowded library. I keep waiting for anyone else to kick up another argument, but the only noise that comes from any of us are Heather's fingers tapping slightly against one of her text covers. Eventually, our unwelcome guest finally picks herself up, throwing her books under her arm.
Well, I'm tired of sitting around. See at least one of you losers later.
So none of that stuck, huh? Well, whatever. The three of us are eager to see her go, watching in unison as she disappears from sight before properly breathing out a sigh of relief.
I can't stand her.
Then sit down, brother.
No kidding.
It's not a joke. I pinch the bridge of my nose as I glance over at the seat she had only recently been occupying. The only thing on my mind being the hope that I haven't made things harder for Millie. Please, you're so much better. Wait, who was that in reference to? Who was that in reference to? All of that's too far. No. As much as I love Heather, that was so warranted. That's the thing. That's the thing, though, with mean characters. It's so valid when people crash out back on them. You know what I mean? As much as I enjoy it, it's so okay to just clap back. So, oh, but the devil's home too far. Nah. Valid. Heather so had it coming. Oh, new scene. Oh my gosh. Look at this. The final meeting of the writing club is an unsurprisingly solemn affair. The energy Millie had on display at our first meeting is all but spent, and the others don't have much to say on the matter. One thing that struck me though is that it's a full house, relatively anyhow. Everyone managed to make it, something I haven't seen in who knows how long. Why does it keep? It keeps like skipping. Not much writing talk happens. It'd be unusual if that wasn't the case. I suppose it's a quick get-together, mostly a formal announcement of the closure. And just as quick as it began, it ends. As the three make their exit, Tanya and Darren sharing their condolences and goodbyes, the entire meeting adopts the feeling of a funeral, more so than an extracurricular activity. Millie and I stand together, hovering around the door for a while. Millie idly playing with the room's keys.
Well, we should start packing things up.
We can stick around a while longer if you'd like.
No, best not to dwell.
Please dwell if it makes you feel better. Dwell as long as you need. My silent hopes go unanswered as she makes her way to the desk and begins filing her notes away. I follow suit, stuffing my books and folders into my bag. Absorbed in organizing our stuff, we're both given quite a jump as the old door creaks open again. I turn around and am met with the one thing I absolutely did not want to see.
Still at it,
The last thing Millie needs right now is an extra heaping of salt in the wound.
Get lost.
Ooh, get her, Olive, get her!
Relax. I won't be around long, I assure you.
Did you leave something behind?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose.
She wastes no time, sauntering her way to the front desk, opposite to Millie. She rests her palms on its surface, leaning in, staring into Millie's eyes.
I tried so hard to get rid of you.
Hey.
Why? What? I don't like the tone of what's going on in the chat. Why is it the first thing I look when I see Over is slap her, tug her hair?
You were nice enough, if a bit starry-eyed at the start. As another cog in the machine, you were harmless. But then I duck out. Not for long, just half a year to change my career path and take a break from it all. Not a big deal. At least when I got back, I'd have a home to return to.
Heather.
And when I finally returned, all the people who made this tolerable were gone. In their place was the new queen, sitting atop her throne in her empty castle.
After semesters of feigning patience and taking all of Heather's vileness on the chin, Millie Sassad finally starts to crack.
People transferred out and followed their friends. What did you want me to do?
Ooh, the voice crack at the end of that sentence was so good. It's a big moment, or at least a cathartic one, but Heather won't allow herself to be vanquished by something as so authentic and sincere. She still wears that smug little smile, like everything is always going her way, even as the club she fought so hard to preserve dies.
Leave.
She just stop?
No matter how much I try to ramp up the sternness of my tone, it's as if I don't exist in her world right now. I desperately want to drag her from that desk, and it's becoming harder to resist the urge.
If you were out of the picture, I could pry the club from your hands and try to salvage it. It felt like the only thing I could do for the people who left me behind.
That's what I...
Yep, and you failed. You tried so hard to. But the deck was stacked against you. And I can say that as one of the cards. But you still failed.
Where did Olive go? Even from across the room, I can see the tears starting to form in Millie's eyes. As Heather confronts her with the state of things, that serves as my breaking point as I start making my way up to the front.
I'm sorry.
Nope, I'm not done. The club is gone. And the second you lock those doors, all the memories and friends made here will be null and void.
I mean, that's not exactly how that works.
To nothing. This place that we fought over, stressed about, made each other miserable for. It's gone. I should be angry. I should be cursing your name up and down the halls by now. Do you understand me? It would be the right thing to do. Because it's what you deserve for screwing up everything.
Alright, I've heard enough.
That's funny, because I don't think I was talking to you.
And I don't remember asking you.
Olive, it's fine.
I expected to get interrupted, but not by Millie. The shock of it is enough to stop me in my tracks immediately.
Heather.
I wasn't
Olive and I are dating. Do you think we don't talk? All of this. Everything. You keeping the club going despite everything, trying to drag people away from it all the while, all that talk about the old guard that you know isn't true. None of it makes sense. Everything you say, everything you do contradicts itself. But I get it.
Heather and I share a dumbstruck expression, though I imagine it's for different reasons.
You're grieving. You've been grieving. The world doesn't make sense, and it feels impossible to try and fix that. It's so easy to lash out. It's even easier to make up a villain in your head and focus all that frustration on them. Even if it's someone you care about. The person you want to lean on more than anyone else, but just can't.
I promise you, you're entirely off base there.
Trust me, I'm aware.
A huff from Heather in response to Millie's snark. Part of me wants to laugh, but the desire to let Millie continue outweighs that. She's talking to herself as much as Heather at this point, and I can only hope she's listening. Aww.
My point being, I guess, is that, well, I'm not a very interesting antagonist, and you're a pretty boring villain. The club both of us were stressing out about for so long is gone. It stings right now, but I'm gonna try my hardest to put it behind me the second I walk out that door. For better or worse, this dynamic we have, it's just not worth it anymore. There's no end goal to it.
Oh, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Nora. How's it going? How is your stream? Here, let me quickly give you a shout out. Welcome in, everyone. We are, bloop, just trying to finish up. We're very much so trying and most likely failing to, finish up playing, Twofold right now. We still have a couple friendship routes left to do. We kind of had a terrible thing happen of I talked for almost 2 hours before we got into the game. So the idea of us actually finishing the game tonight is very unlikely, but we're doing our best. But how is your stream? How is it going? And welcome in, everyone. And also to all Raiders and Nora especially. Oh, thank you so much for doing that, Tracy. Thank you. It was good. What were you playing? But yes, obviously, Raiders and Nora, if you need to raid and run, absolutely feel free to. I completely understand. You gotta take care of yourself. But if you want to stick around, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I really appreciate it, and I hope that everyone's been having a great night. Crazy stream finished Chapter 3 of Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc. Oh my gosh, wait, which number of Danganronpa is that? Because I know, isn't there at least, like, your alerts are 100% duplicated? Oh, really? Are they? I was only hearing one. It's number 1. Trigger Happy Havoc is 1. Is it really? I could have sworn that the first Danganronpa was just called Danganronpa. I'm very ignorant when it comes to that franchise. I've literally only watched the first season of the anime, and that is it. So that makes complete sense. Oh. Yeah, was that duplicated for everyone? I'm only hearing it once. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. We'll leave to avoid spoilers for Twofold, but I hope you enjoyed the game. No, it's been so good. Again, we are absolutely trying to finish up the game right now. It might not happen because I spent too long yapping at the beginning of stream. We literally went for 2 hours almost before we started getting into the game. So yeah. Also, wait, thought we redeemed Hydrate again? Hello? Yeah, twice? That's weird. I'm going to have to look into that and get that figured out. Because that's weird. Also, we're only 2 followers away from 100. Oh my gosh, everyone go follow Nora then. Please, let's get them up to 100 followers. Absolutely. I heard it twice, as you can see the pictures twice. Weird. I'll have to get that figured out. Because I don't know what would be causing that, because it doesn't do that on other streams as far as I'm aware, because I've never heard anyone talk about it before, so I'll definitely have to get that figured out. But yes, again, obviously if you need to avoid spoilers, because again, Twofold is absolutely amazing. Highly recommend it to anyone and everyone who is likes visual novels in any way. So yeah, if you need to avoid spoilers, or again, if you need to turn in for the night, or get yourself a snack, whatever you need to do, you gotta do it. Can someone link to Nora's channel? Oh, it should be... Tracy did the shout out for it. Tracy, would you be able to do that again? I think it unpinned. Would you be able to drop that link one more time for everyone? Oh, well, thank you, Oak Dill. Thank you so much. Yeah, there we go. Yes, everyone give Nora a follow. Let's get them onto 100 followers, please. Okay, I got a dip to yap to. Bonkers about the castle we plan to own in the future. Wait, hang on. Really quick question. What do you mean castle? Is this like a real castle that you're trying to get, or like what do you mean by that? You can't just drop that line and then dip. just tell me what that's about, and then absolutely we want a castle. All right, fair enough. That's such a base thing to want. They desire a castle together. All right, it's a castle. Thank you. I appreciate the explanations. All right, well, I hope to hear that the castle negotiations and the plans go well. We have dreams for a castle. We live on opposite sides of the country. Well, that's why you just get the castle in between both of you. You know? Wait, a character in Danganronpa said their dream is to own a European castle? That's awesome. That's so base. Wait, opposite side of the world. Oh. See, now you just need to get a castle in between you guys, even if it's like in the middle of the ocean. That's what you gotta do. But thank you for telling me and elaborating on that. But yeah, no, absolutely. If you all need to dip to yap about owning a castle, then that's what you gotta do. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm in America. She's in Asia. Yeah, that sounds like some ocean. Or you could try for like somewhere in Russia. That's a bad plan. Never mind, don't do that. Do you love castles? Then yes, live with us. That's awesome. The castles are so good. I'd be so down for that. Wow, you lost that chance a long time ago. Do you love castles? Then yes, live with us. No. You did kind of lose that right. You are just kind of a flower now. I did kind of take you down. So Germany, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like Russia. I'm like, I don't think it'd actually be there, but I was like not able to pull up like the map in my mind well enough to actually see where it would be. So that would check out. Listen, to be fair, Germany is a very pretty place in a lot of parts of the country. So getting a castle there is like not that bad. You know what I mean? Yes, a communal castle. This is our castle now. To be fair, what better place to have be like a communal place than a castle? It's like, oh no, are we gonna feel crowded there? No. What are you yapping about, brother? No, it's gonna be fine. Anyone who loves castles are welcome. Oh, Oak is banned from the castle. What did Oak do about the castle? What the freak do you mean? 1 away from 100? Oh my gosh, come on. We gotta get her to 100. We gotta get Nora to 100. Come on, anyone who hasn't followed, we gotta do it. We're so close. I'm glad to be banned from the castle. I don't want to live in a castle. What's up with the castle hate? I've never met a single person who hates castles. What's going on? Sounds like a skill issue to me. She hates castles, that's why she is banned? What do you have against... How do you hate a castle? It's just like a cooler house. It's like a cooler house with all the sauce. Castles are cold and sad and... Okay, but they don't have to be. Have you tried furniture? Have you tried a plant? Like, that goes a long way. Have you tried a blanket? You know, we just need to insulate the castle. Listen, I've worked in heating and air for like 5 years of my life. I can get it all set up. I'll install the heaters and the ACs. I'll insulate the walls. Everything's going to be fine. I want a normal house. But that's the thing. A castle is just a normal house with more sauce. It's way radder. It's way better. So why would you not want that? Live in a box? I mean, if you think about it, a box is just a house but smaller. Oh, definitely a skill issue. And the acoustics are terrible. I'm a musician. You know what? Hang on. Well, but that's why you just go to it. Well, no. The walls... I guess we could like get like wood paneling in your room, so then you could actually play your instruments there. Because yeah, no, a castle walls would be terrible for the acoustics. I can agree to you on that one. I guess that's fair. 99. Come on, one more. We just need the one more. Please. Have you tried a bouncy castle? Exactly. There's so many ways you can make this based. Wait. Have you seen a Disney princess castle? Listen, imagine like Elsa's castle, the one she makes out of ice. But imagine it warm. Okay? You can't imagine it as the ice castle. You can't do that. Imagine it as a nice, warm castle that's fun to actually like vibe in, you know? You'd have the prettiest house on planet Earth, and it's all to yourself, basically. Because it's a castle. Wait, have you heard of paint? Wait, what does that mean? Have you heard paint? I have. Oh, is that just a reply of it being like dreary and drab? Yeah, exactly. There's so many ways to spice up a castle. Listen, if you can't think of ways to spice up a castle, that's a skill issue. You're just not trying hard enough. 99 followers. ... Come on, we need just one more. Time to unfollow everyone. Listen, let's get that number back down to 0. Let's go. You can be number 100, Dark. I'm already following. I've been following since the first time Nora raided, so I'm already in the list. That's one of the many reasons why I'm like, listen, come on, we got it. We gotta keep going. Cause I'm already there. I'm already a part of the crew. No. Listen, that's just a unique plan. We're gonna try and speedrun back down to 0, baby. Let's go. I unfollowed already. Oh no, wait, don't actually do it. No. Jokes. There's too much space. But if you fill up all that space with, like, love and friendship and, like, all the things you love, is it really too much space? And think about all the parties you could throw. You fit in so perfectly in our community already. Well, that's rude to say. Oh no, which part? Castles are so far away from actual places. Okay, no, that's valid. Listen, we'll just put the castle next to a Walmart. You know? Like, is there an issue here? I'm sure they'd love it. So what? I can use it as my personal gym, bedroom, kitchen, movie room, study room, and more. Exactly. That's the thing. The worst part about going to places is the fact that you have to go to places and deal with people. Imagine if you could have a full gym all to yourself, theater room, all yourself. Like, you never have to deal with, like, anyone using the machines you want. You never have to deal with people who are talking during the movie, except for yourself, because you're obviously allowed to talk during the movie, but other people can't, because other people aren't there. You know what I mean? Like, whew, so many good ideas. Someone actually unfollowed. Oh my gosh. Oh no, Crystal, was that you? Crystal, did you unfollow? Lamau. I just watched it go to 98. Oh no. Listen, I was memeing. We should actually unfollow. Name one castle with a nearby grocery store and restaurants. I mean, but then again, that just comes down to their planning. We can just go to a neighborhood and be like, castle, please? You know? That's all we gotta do. And yeah, we can DoorDash right there. Listen, if we have a castle, we can obviously afford to DoorDash. I feel like that's like a given. I don't have enough money for that. I just bought a castle. Wait, hang on. Well, no, again, I'm assuming that if you buy a castle, you can, you can afford it. Also, think about it like this. Having a castle is like an investment. You could rent out those rooms, like the bedrooms, to people, and it's just lucrative. It is passive income. Unironically, owning a castle is becoming a better and better idea to me, because imagine that. People do that with houses and everything, but if you have all of the space of a castle and only a couple people are living there, rent those rooms out, man. That's such easy free cash. That's such easy free dough. It was me, huh? Well, as long as you refollowed. That's all that matters. I will live in a castle and wear gowns and have a ballroom and dance. Exactly. I've always wanted to go to an actual ball. And in a castle, what's a better place to do that? Okay, I dipped down. Bye-bye, Crystal. Keep an eye on DMs. All right. Have a good rest of your night, Nora. I hope you have a great time, and thank you so much for the raid, as always. I'm happy to see you, as always. So yeah, have a great rest of your night. I hope everything goes well. What's 99 again? I forgot my password to my old account. Dang it. Oh, so close. Okay, it's 99 again. Good, as it should be. Make it a fancy restaurant or hotel. See, again, there's so many good ideas you can cook up with the idea of owning a castle that I feel like if we're not doing it, we're just not trying hard enough. There's so many good ways to work with a castle to turn it into like a super beneficial thing. Like the idea of turning a castle into like a super fancy hotel. We could even do like themed nights there. Like we could do like, oh, tonight we're doing like a murder mystery thing. So fun. Or we just do a giant LARP session. Imagine running like a LARP D&D-esque session in an actual castle. People would pay so much money for that. It'd be so lucrative. I don't have money for a private chef. No, but that's the thing. You missed the part about where we're renting out the rooms to make money back so we can afford all of these things. That's the thing. Because, like, again, people just buying, like, small houses and renting them out is such, like, there are some people who do that as their, essentially, like, their careers. Like, they buy and own property, rent it out, and then that's all that they do for a living. If we did that with a castle, even just having a couple people in there, granted, okay, we probably need more than a couple people in there, but, like, if we do that, or, like, these events I'm talking, like, again, exactly, Murder Mystery Castle version is so good, like, we would make so much money off of that. It would make Mr. Krabs so jealous. So yeah, I think this is a very doable idea. Honestly, at a certain point, with how rich we could get from these ideas and these profits, we could just make our own grocery stores if we needed to. You know, if we're ever tired of door dashing everything to us, landlords are enemies, no thanks. No, but that's the thing, we could be cool, you know? Like, just because we are landlords doesn't mean that we necessarily need to become the enemy, you know? We can be landlords but cool people, you know? I don't think they necessarily go hand in hand. It's just that being landlords is like giving, you know, the common person power, and a power that can corrupt people, but I don't think it has to. So we just need to be uncorruptible in that way, and I think we can be. Nora's at 100. Nora's at 100. Let's go. That's awesome. Because of me, let's go. Was it your Flowey Duff Flower thing? Let's go. That's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. It's so deserved. But yeah, no, we don't have to be enemies. We could be good. Sounds like someone might enjoy Project Eden's Garden. What the freak is Eden's Garden? Project Eden's Garden. Is this like a visual novel? What is this? Oh my gosh, it's Danganronpa. I don't know how to interpret this, Tracy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna hold you. I don't know, I don't know how to interpret that, what you mean by this. Project Eden's Garden is a Danganronpa inspired game. It just got an ad about whoa, that's, what the freak? It started as a fan game, turned into its own thing. Flower, she'll be in our aesthetic garden because beside the castle, beside and behind the castle, would you rather be in a vase and be inside the castle? See, that's why we need to, like, just fully Asgore it and make a garden inside of the castle. You know, like, we just have, like, a sunroof or something, so, like, can get, like, all the sunlight, like, that Flowey would need. And then we just have, like, a whole field of sunflowers with Flowey as, like, the main attraction. But, like, is Project Secret Garden, like, about people who become landlords? Is that why it's relevant? See, Danganronpa is another one of the many visual novel series I want to get into. If you can't tell, I want to get into a lot of visual novel series. There's like that, there's the Ace Attorney, there's so many things. So we'll get there eventually. Because also, aren't all the Danganronpa games like 50, 60 hour long games? Aren't they something crazy like that? Like, let me look up like a full playthrough of it really quick. And then we can actually get back to the game. After I look this up, we can actually get back to the game. I can help you. I got lots of opinions on Danganronpa. Oh my gosh, here's the thing. I know I've heard from so many people that Danganronpa is a perfect game to play with somebody else because of how insane it can get. If you want to just... Hang on. I am going to do that. That makes a lot more sense than looking up a playthrough. To beat Danganronpa. If you are down to play through Danganronpa together, once the new PC is once the PC is back and from getting fixed, and I can screen share, or however we could do it, I'm so down to play Danganronpa with you. Main story 25 hours, all styles 29 hours, main plus sides is 31 hours. Okay, so like what? That's just like would take us about 100 hours, probably. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's about how long it takes us to finish everything else, so that would make sense. Also, your turn to die. Whatever. Oh my gosh, everything on my screen just completely shifted. That scared the crap out of me. I thought everything was falling apart. I fixed it. I'd absolutely love to. Let's go. I'm so down for that. Also, your turn to die whenever the last update drops. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the thing. As soon as my old computer gets back, there are so many games that we could play together like that, where we could actually like read all the dialogue together. It's gonna be so awesome. I'm a huge one. What are you a huge one of? What exactly? Are you saying like you're a huge fan of Danganronpa? Is that what you mean? Wish I could see this raid. Aw, what do you mean? The raid was on screen. It's in the chat. What you yapping about, brother? But yeah, anyways, should we get back into the game now? You're a huge Danganronpa fan? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's what we were talking about. Because again, I saw the anime, and like I was like, this is neat. But it kind of runs into the same issue that a lot of like visual novel adaptations have, of being like, we're going to compress like 30 to 40 hours into like 3? And it's like, I wonder if a lot of things are being left out that are integral to the story. And that is what I've heard, you know? That's what I've heard, is that so many things get left out. Favorite character? Oh my gosh. What was my favorite character? She's like the goth girl with like the spiral hair. Goth girl Danganronpa. Yeah, this girl. I'm saying this girl, but Celestia Ludenberg. I loved her so much. Yeah, but you're what do you mean by that? How dare? Is she a basic pick? Is she basic? Listen, I don't know anything about the Danganronpa fandom. I didn't realize she was a basic pick. I assumed everyone would pick like the yandere main villain girl, you know? She was my favorite before I started playing. Well, you know what? Fair enough. Fave character is Hajime Hinata. As soon as I look these people up, I'm going to remember who they are. Hang on. Hajime Hinata. Oh, wait. Oh, and Danganronpa too. Okay, that's why I don't know him. Never mind. I was like, I'm going to recognize this character immediately because they all have such distinct designs. And then I pulled that person up. I was like, nope. Nope. Not at all. Celeste. Okay. Everyone knew who I was talking about as soon as I brought up the goth girl. Basic is Sayaka, not Celeste. Isn't Sayaka like the main girl, like the super detective girl? Sayaka Danganronpa. Oh no, she's just the one who dies at the beginning. Yeah. I don't recommend you look things up, spoilers and stuff. That's fair. I was just looking it up on like Google Images to see stuff, but at the same time that could also definitely bring up spoilers, so I forgot. Do you know how I got the bonkers name in my username? Crystal Meowie Yippee Bonkers? No, how did you get that? It's because of Hijime. Wait, real or Hajime? I was gonna ask how that happened. You can answer it if it's not a spoiler. You know, if it's not a spoiler, then you can. If not, then I'm very curious to get to that part and then understand you. Because you're bonkers. Fair enough. Sayaka is your Maya Faye? Because he has big chest? Did he? He looked like normal dude McGuy to me. Did he have a big chest? Sayaka is your Maya Faye. Who is Maya Faye? Maya Faye. Oh. The girl from Ace Attorney, the what is she called? The psychic, the diviner or whatever. Maya Faye from friggin' Ace Attorney. Listen, I've never played Ace Attorney. The only character I know is Phoenix Wright, alright? That's the only person I know. That's the only person. He has big chest, as big as Junko, I think. Wait, does he? Hang on, I'm gonna look up another picture of him. I need to see his giant bonkers. Hajime Hinata. Because he looks very normal right now. He looks very normal. Hang on. I'm just gonna look up Hajime Hinata bonkers? No, it's not bringing anything up. It's just bringing up more pictures of him just kind of standing there. Just kind of being a guy. Just being a dude, bro. So yeah, you know, I guess I'll have to just see his massive chest when we actually play it. What we buffering about. But yeah, anyways, with that being said, who's ready to get back into this game? So, again, we were talking about this earlier, just jingling keys. I'm the most easily distractible person on the planet. Anyways, let's get on into it. But yeah, no, Danganronpa, it will definitely be added to the list of things. There we go. A short sigh followed by a long pause.
I'm choosing to just take this weight off my shoulders and just try to remember what fond memories I made here. I'm not going to tell you to do the same, but I highly recommend it.
And that's when Heather's just like, no. I thrive, I survive, I sustain off of spite and hate. Heather maintains her position for what feels like minutes, managing to not once break eye contact with Millie. Eventually, though, she cracks as her elbows start to bend. Oh my gosh, wait, shit, her body is actually breaking. Oh my gosh.
I am not gonna apologize for how I treated either of you. But if you wanted to reach out later, I'll lend you an ear.
Aww. See, she's mean and cruel, but also a lover. You know what I mean? Wait, this? Wait, no, I'm more confused. Jinx lolling. Millie smiles one of her bright smiles. After what feels like so long, it comes as a relief to me to see it again.
I appreciate that, Heather. If it's all the same, though, I'd prefer to never see you again.
That is the realest thing any character in this has ever said. Despite the words, her tone is free from any malice or sarcasm, instead presented as a warm farewell. Heather shockingly matches it.
That works for me. See you around then, Millie. It's been fun.
Agree to disagree.
I've had a great time here. I see this as an absolute win. With a smile or smirk, it's hard to tell. Heather finally lifts herself from the desk towards the door, but not before turning my way one last time.
I think I finally see what you like about her.
What, that Millie's amazing?
Glad to hear it. See you never.
I don't like Heather. I don't think I will ever like Heather. But ultimately, I don't think she cares, or if she's liked or not, and I don't think she cares about being hated either. See, that's the thing, though. Heather's the realest one around. She's the realest one person. She's the realest one person? The realest person here. If anything, she was a victim of circumstance. There was something she loved, and for reasons outside of her or anyone else's control, it was taken away. She fought, and and all it amounted to was lashing out. All she wanted was for things to go back to normal, for her friends to come back, and for the writing club to be the happy family it once was. But it can't. It never can. Bye, Heather. Hope you die. Hey, yo, Flowey, chill. We don't need to be talking about people like that. Come on. So life goes on. For us, and with any luck, Heather too. It's like comparing chest sizes between two characters. Don't worry, no spoilers. You know, I'll take your word for it. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting it to be like a size... Also, just as a question to people who understand, who know this game, is there any more Heather, or is that really it? Because I was gonna click the skip button, but if that's the end of Heather, then we're good. Today, Hell is sponsored by Doritos. Use code S810 for 5% off your next Doritos product. Don't insult Heather. Exactly, don't expect Heather. Did you get the achievement? No, I didn't. No achievement popped up for me. Pretty sure that was all, though. Okay. If that's how it is. Also, Social, are you angry at how the Flowey's talking about Heather? Because hashtag relatable? Same. Just in case, though, I'm going to do a little save over here. And then we can go back to... You gotta get the achievement. Dark. Okay. I'm sorry. Hang on. Back. Up. Let's hit skip. Because I didn't get an achievement. I'm sorry. Yes. Valid. Hang on. Because I didn't get the achievement. Do shift tab to see if you got it. Shift tab? What does that do? I mean, while it's skipping, I'm just going to pull up Steam really quick. Shift tab just paused it for me. I don't know if that's what it was supposed to do, but that's what it did. Library. Let's go... Where's Twofold at? Twofold. Achievement? I only have 2 achievements in Twofold? Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? Buy a thread. Finish the prologue. How bad could it be? Join the writing club, or what little is left of it. What is what? Hang on. Other achievement. That's locked and I don't have. Join the art club. Finish Caprice Act 1. Finish Millie Act 1. Cars is bugs. Check it on Junebug. So Steam's just not tracking my achievements. Because I've done like 99% of these things. So... That's weird. Are you playing an offline mode? I shouldn't be. I was playing Elden Ring Night Rain with my friends yesterday, and I was getting achievements for that. I've never switched anything to offline mode. That's weird. But anyways, it stopped. We're getting a new scene, so I guess we're technically not done with Heather anyways. In that case, yes, you finished. Well, we have a new line. Let's see what this is all about. It was for the best for everyone involved. I wouldn't call it a wound at all.
Well, that's what you really feel.
I do. Honestly, the conversation with Heather made the decision worth it. Both of us finally said a lot of things we should have said a long time ago. Maybe she can finally devote energy to being happy. I hope she can.
Yeah, I hope so too. Hey, sorry if this is weird or forward to say.
Okay, yeah. Now we should be completely done. Now it should be completely over. So I'm just going to, again, do one more save. I'm just going to put it here. I don't really care. And then we're going to go... Where's the best place to go to? Here. Yeah, let's go over to this. Load. Twofold. Let's get into this route so then we can do... Allison, Eileen, and then Darren. That was the agreed upon thing. Steam achievements died like Adelaide. Sorry, I couldn't resist. That's foul. That's wrong. That's so wrong.
For better or worse.
There we go. Yep. And I'm gonna have to figure that out later of why I'm not getting my achievements, because I need my achievements. I need to get all of them. Because as soon as I started scrolling through that, it was so fast of the first one just being join the club, and I'm like, you mean the thing that we've done twice now already? Excuse me? What do you mean by that? That's 2 for 1 stream. My sense is dead. Stop. Don't. Not again. My sense of humor is that no, don't do it. Okay. Friendship route time. Now let's do another save. Here, I'm just going to save it over this one. So then we can just come back to it easily. There we go. Yeah. Sculpt alongside Allison. Kind of like Adelaide. Tracy, time him out. Not a joke. Get him. One more time and I'll just delete it if you don't mind. No, get him now. Do it. Get him. Not a bit. Put him down. We're going to sculpt alongside Allison. Allison works on shaping a white ball of clay with her hands. There we go. Tracy timed out Flowey for 600 seconds. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lol. To the sitting corner. Exactly, Flowey. Sit in the corner and think about what you did. Think about what you've done today and what put you there. Deserved, so deserved. Allison works on shaping a white ball of clay with her hands and a somewhat hooked tool, scraping off bits and pieces here and there. As I approach, she looks up, a bright smile to greet me.
Hey, I thought I'd take you up on that offer.
That's great. Come sit. There's plenty to share.
Gosh, Allison's just so pleasant to be around. As I said, Allison moves over her supplies to the middle of the table. Between the assortment of bright bricks and small metal tools, she's printed out an article on beginner sculpting tips. Yeah, Wallace is kind of a hunk. Unironically, so true. When I look at Wallace, the only thought I have is, now that's a man. Him being timed out like that got me dead inside. Kind of like how... You're so lucky you stopped there. Listen, if you had finished that joke, I would have had to call it plastic to time you out too. Allison hums to herself, seemingly content to work on her piece at her own pace. Without any particular instructions, I grab a green brick and try mimicking her movements.
How are you liking it? Your classes, I mean.
As she says that, I remember something vaguely about her having taken the class before. With that in mind, I feel no shame in being totally honest.
I wish it were as easy as it seemed on the flyer.
She laughs and nods along already. Already the little form she was pulling and shaping starts looking like a small bird.
I know. At least you have Caprice as a tutor, huh? She's, well, like she said before, she wouldn't miss an art club meeting for the world.
Is everything okay?
She pauses. The tail of the bird falls off, its connection too thin.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. She doesn't really talk to us about it, but ever since her argument with her roommate began, she's been sort of out of it. To go from the best of friends to how they're acting now? I don't know what could have happened to cause such a rift so quickly.
You're talking about Millie, right? The writing club lead?
Mm-hmm. I've tried asking, but she just insists that everything is totally okie dokie and changes the subject. If you find out anything, let me know. We're all pretty worried about her.
And Allison's just so sweet, too. She's great. She's great. I'm a little surprised by how openly Allison shares her sentiments with me. A new person to the club, let alone how candidly she speaks. Okie dokie monkey dory. I wish Pheasantipity worked in that line of thought, but it just doesn't. Okie dokie monkey dory just works like sliding in there so well, but Pheasantipity is just like, no. I like, obviously that's what like Okie dokie is like based off of. I didn't realize how well it worked with monkey dory. No, just answer Pheasantipity and stare. Someone's like, oh yeah, how's this? And instead of saying, okie dokie, you're just like, huh, Pheasantipity. For the next minute. I give a nod. In my hands, the clay has formed into a flat, leafy shape. Allison changes the subject, asking me about where I work and what my hobbies are to pass the time. Yeah, things are rather serendipitous. Yeah, I think unironically, I feel like it's like way less like pretentious. Like, oh, look at me, I use words like serendipitous. If you just said pheasantipity and people just thought you were stupid, I think I'd rather have that happen. Loop. Tab. Because, like, the only time I use serendipitous is when I'm when I'm pretending to be all fancy, like, oh, yes, I'm feeling rather serendipitous today, my fellow gents. How is everyone else feeling today? I never say it in, like, casual conversation. I don't know what it means. I'm pretty sure it just means, like, good vibes. But I don't want to spread misinformation. I feel like I do that too much as it is by just speaking. Serendipitous. Occurring or discovered by chance in happy or beneficial way. Yeah, exactly. It's just a fancy word for good vibes, man. A lucky thing that occurs. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, hi, Caprice. Caprice is here, and then she was gone. With my classes done for the day, I make my way to the club room. At this point, it's starting to feel like part of my usual routine. A thought that scares me, at least a little bit. What's not usual, however, is Caprice standing outside of the door. I pull my phone as I approach the door just to double check the time. I'm definitely not early. Hiya. Hiya, papaya.
Hey.
She idly plays with a paperclip, content to ignore the elephant in the room.
So, do I need to ask why we're not inside?
Oh, it's because I forgot the keys at home today.
Good. Good job, Caprice. Oh, that's all. How silly of me.
So is the club canceled today then? Or are we moving somewhere else, or...
Nah, just waiting on Allie to show up. She should be around soon. I think her classes are about done.
Oh, does she have a spare key?
Well, she can get the door open.
Can she pick locks? She's based like that? There are a dozen different ways to read the sly smile on her face, and none of them seem pleasant.
Oh, perfect timing! Allie!
Yes! Let's go, let's go. Ah, Allison's just great. She's just awesome. She is someone I would love. Did you play First Snow? Yes, I did. Did she pick locks in First Snow? I don't remember that part. Granted, I think we played First Snow, like, around a year ago. It was a pretty long time ago, yes. Dang, I'm such a fake fan for forgetting about that. SMH me. OMG, Yunaka mentioned. No, Yunaka is great. Definitely one of the best girls from Engage. Caprice stands on her tiptoes, glancing over my shoulder. I match her and spin my head around to get a glimpse of Allison approaching us. Even from a distance, her frown is obvious.
Again?
Wasn't it this, like, little same situation, actually? Caprice tosses her the paperclip as Allison makes her way next to me.
Again. Sorry.
You know I don't like doing this. Especially not out in the middle of the hall.
That's why I apologized.
With a sigh, Allison unbends the paperclip and crouches down so her eyes meet the lock on the door. It takes until she inserts the clip into the door for me to fully process what's happening.
Wait.
Shh. Just watch.
Allison's entirely still, outside of her hands going through some motions she's clearly had to practice several times before. I think to move my body and try and cover her better so it's not entirely obvious what's happening if someone were to walk upon us, but Allison twists the handle and the door pops open before I even get the chance. Allison stands back up. Caprice gives her a quick hug for her reward.
Thanks. You're the best.
And you're the worst.
So she says, but the two share a small laugh regardless.
Where did you pick that up? Actually, why did you pick that up?
Oh.
Allison releases herself from Caprice's embrace and turns back around, reminded that I'm still here.
It was just something fun to learn. I don't actually do it outside of playing around with locks and stuff at home, though.
Oh, yeah. As we're going through this, I'm like, the scenes are coming back to me.
And the club door?
And the club door. But that's all.
She helps with the cupboards and all the other locks inside, too. Eileen also told me this story about a vending machine.
Thank you, Caprice.
The cat is now securely out of the bag, much to Allison's dismay. Caprice's grin is a mile wide in contrast.
Maybe we should continue this inside so people can't hear.
Yes, good idea.
Allison swings the door the rest of the way open and is the first to find her way to her usual spot. Caprice and I shuffle in behind, with Caprice wasting no time to sit herself at the front of the classroom.
You know, nefarious implications aside, that's a pretty cool skill to have.
Allison... Oh, Flowey redeemed timeout. Was that... Did you redeem that for yourself? Do you want to get timed out again? Is that what's happening here? You got it! Do it! Do it! Get him! Sick him! Put him down! I'm not gonna lie, part of me was hoping that Flowey was gonna be like, wait, no, actually, trying to be like, get someone else to get timed out, and then we just timed out Flowey. That would have been my favorite outcome of that. So thank you, Tracy. Allison and I continue to shuffle through our respective bags, pulling out her supplies and organizing them on our desks.
Honestly, stuff like that is in one ear and out the other for me. As soon as I understand something at a basic level, it exits my brain instantly. The only reason that hasn't yet is because of, well, you saw.
You're welcome, by the way.
I guess Caprice does give her consistent practice, so that is a plus.
It's neat that you're just able to pick things up like that, though. I can't juggle my attention around to save my life.
I don't think that's a bad thing. Even if you know you can't focus on multiple things, you'll eventually learn to laser focus on something, right?
I finish unpacking my sketchbook and notes from class and place my bag on the floor. Allison looks to almost be done as well, pulling out a small box of clay.
Jumping around a lot makes it hard to stick with one thing. You'll be a better artist than me by the end of this.
I don't remember this Allison girl at all. Who is she? I mean, she's just one of the members of the art club. She doesn't play, like, the biggest role in the story, obviously because we didn't pick her friendship route, but, yeah, she was the protagonist of First Snow, another visual novel that we played on here. So, yeah, I feel like, even though we did just finish the art club route, again, she was only, like, small appearances here and there for large chunks of it. Eager to prove her wrong, I open my sketchbook and flip through what few pages I filled in the past couple of weeks. They all seemed bad to me in the moment, but to my surprise, there's at least some sort of difference, no matter how small.
You'll have me beat in ceramics, at least.
She exchanges a brief smile with me before turning to her box and starting on her next project. If I had her ability to multitask, I wouldn't even be in this situation, but I'm starting to feel like it can make it work. As I get ready to start filling out a new page in my sketchbook, the door opens once more as Eileen and Wallace step inside.
There you are. Okay, today's club meeting is now officially in session.
Nice. Beautiful. Well, I'm going to make some popcorn. Nice. Hope you enjoy. Again, popcorn. It's so addicting. I can't. I literally don't think I've had popcorn, like, in my house in, like, 3 years. Because it was generally a thing of, like, I would make a bag almost every day and eat it. And I realized, this is so unhealthy for me in, like, every way imaginable. I need to stop. So the only time I ever have popcorn anymore is when I go to the movie theaters, which is not super often anymore. And I save it specifically for those times because it's, like, the addiction to it is so bad for me that I genuinely, like, if you get, like, one of the big tubs at, like, Megaplex or Cinemark, I'll probably eat half of that by myself. It is an issue. I must stick out like a sore thumb in this room, full of nonchalant students as the professor passes around the stack of handouts.
I know we're a ways off, but I like to assign the final for this course relatively early.
Oh, that's an interesting way to do it. A final halfway through. Let's go. Kind of defeats the word final, but that's fine. While my peers' eyes largely seem to glaze over, I find myself desperately clinging to every word.
I don't think this is a hard class, but I do expect a few things from you. For this project, I not only want to see a technical understanding, but also a window into your mind. I want to see you know what art is, not just how to execute it.
Have we gone through this scene already? Yeah. Weird. That was probably like the one the end of Heather route where there's like a single line difference sort of situation. Like right at the beginning, like the first line of it or something like that. And then the rest of it was all just the same stuff. That doesn't count. That was all Allie.
All of that aside, you've been helping me a lot outside of your scheduled hours, too. So if you need some time to handle...
Okay, that was another one. Because, like, it shows down at the bottom if the skip is, like, grayed out or not. And so after just one line there was just, like, grayed. It was actually, like, filled back in. Okay. A few days later. Oh my gosh, not Tiger Hot Dog. Oh my gosh. The cold today is manageable, mostly ignorable with my coat. Good thing, too, since I woke up to a text this morning suggesting we go to the zoo as a club outing. Unlike most other times something like this gets proposed, there's little resistance to the idea, even if Eileen and Wallace's face may imply otherwise. That's because, oddly enough, it was Allison who brought the idea forward. Caprice was eager to accept, and... well, I find myself not really minding anymore.
Whoa, it's practically deserted.
Couldn't imagine why.
Caprice holds a pamphlet in her hands with at least a dozen more tucked under her arm. Her head visibly rotates as she reads, committing every word of them to heart.
This is my favorite time of year to visit.
That is some immaculate drip Allison's got going on right now. I think we've seen everyone else's winter gear. I do not think we've seen this this coat on her before. She looks absolutely cozy, but also like she's ready to like just show it all off. Like show off how amazing her fashion is right now. That is an S tier look.
A lot of the animals are holed up avoiding the cold, though.
It's a sentimental thing.
Ah.
It's rare to see Eileen put on the back foot like that, especially after only one sentence.
Okay, I finished making our plans for the day. We're starting with the polar bears.
Seeing I don't think anyone else has had this experience before, but seeing polar bears is almost like a humbling experience, especially when it stands up and you realize you're barely like half the size of this creature. And so like it feels like you're seeing like a real life like monster from a movie or something when you see a polar bear just get up, you know? It's so freaking big, it doesn't feel real in a way. Polar bears are awesome. No, they're so freaking cool. Like, again, I can't emphasize like the feelings of like when I first like walked up to the glass as it was just standing there and I had to like look all the way up to look at it. I was like, oh, this is like a primal fear going through me right now. Not even like a really primal fear, but like kind of like a primal urge of like, this thing is dangerous kind of thing. Because like with elephants and stuff, like you can get that size feeling too. But you know that like the elephants aren't really going to harm you unless you do something back. Or if you're a tiger, you know what I mean? Whereas with polar bears, it's like, oh my gosh, if I came across this thing out in the wild, it's just game over for me, you know? No, because first it was Allison's POV. Yeah, exactly. I was just trying to think if we had ever seen it in this one. Because I'm pretty sure in this one we've seen Eileen, Wallace, and obviously Caprice and Olive's like winter gear, but Allison was the only one we haven't seen with the winter gear. Wait, a coat I have at least. My coat is made of one? You have a coat that's made out of polar bear? Excuse me?
You won't even be able to see them. They'll blend right in with the snow.
Huh, first snow?
All I'm hearing is, wow, Caprice, what an excellent opportunity to learn all about color contrast.
He seems to know when he's beat as he slumps his shoulders.
I'll get all of us some bottled water and catch up with you in a bit. I'm going to need a second set of hands to carry them, though.
I've got it.
Actually, I was sort of hoping I could get Olive's help here.
Oh?
Oh, but...
Surprisingly, Caprice is the first to try and argue. Eileen, on the other hand, seems content to just leave it there, which is just as shocking.
I wanted to chat with them a bit. About some club stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay, but don't keep us waiting for too long.
Sure thing. See you soon.
With my assurance being enough to convince her, Caprice herds her flock of barely cooperating sheep off towards the polar bear exhibit with a wave. Once they're on their way, Allison starts approaching the little refreshment stand, looking behind her, and waving at me just to make sure I follow.
So, what's up?
I've been thinking about your final.
Oh yeah? I'm all ears if you've come up with anything.
She pauses the conversation for a moment to place her order, handing over a few bills as the person in the booth starts piling bottles onto the counter.
I don't know if you remember, but a while back you were telling me how you could only really focus on one thing at a time without getting overwhelmed?
Uh-huh.
With the 5 bottles in her possession, she gives a quick glance behind us to make sure there's no one else in line, then begins spinning all the bottles around so the labels are visible. There's a total of 4 animals across the 5 labels, a pair of sea lions standing out from the pack.
I think maybe you should lean into that and make your final project based on what feels overwhelming to you. It's bound to be filled with emotion and stuff by default then, right?
That makes sense, I guess. But it's hard to really articulate something like that. It wouldn't really be overwhelming if it was easy to organize and file away.
She starts separating and grouping up the bottles, picking out different animals for each of our fellow clubmates, despite the fact that all of these will likely be in some recycling bin by the end of the day.
Maybe you just need to anchor those feelings to a place or person?
That's such a cute thing to do. That's adorable. This again? Before I have time to interject, she's already begun continuing her thought.
Like, there's probably better times of the year to visit the zoo. But I've been looking forward to coming during the snowy season all year. Eileen took me here around this time last year on our first date. So, I always associate a snowy zoo with that memory now. So, if I want to enjoy the zoo, I come during a warmer part of the year. But if I want to think about that time, I come during the winter. Like I said, it's hard for me to retain things unless it's for school or whatever. But the zoo keeps me grounded to a lot of things that are important to me.
Any second now.
You just need to find someone or something important to you and figure out how they've been able to help you through this.
Taking 3 bottles in her hand, she passes the remaining 2 to me. The twin sea lions, just in case she was being too subtle before. Look at Allison go. Look at her being as subtle as a tornado.
I'll think about it some more. Thanks.
It's what I'm here for.
With our conversation over and our stash of water divided, we start making our way to the polar bear as quick as we can without breaking into a run. Neither of us wanting to keep Caprice waiting too long. Nice. But you know, I also appreciate their lack of subtlety, because like I'm not the biggest fan of when people try to hint at things. Maybe it's just my brain, but when people try to hint at things,
right?
Even if I feel like I'm getting what they're putting down, I get too much anxiety about the fact that there's a chance I could be misinterpreting what they're putting down. So I just hate. Nope. I hate it. I hate it. I have a coat made of everything. Oh, okay. Oh, hello, Flowey. Hi, I'm back from the corner. It was kind of weird staring at a dead end. Kind of dead like me if I was, say, the joke you are thinking of. Also, I love her. Listen, that was walking a precarious tightrope, all right? If you could push a little too far, back in the timeout corner. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff that happens between this and like the last Allison scene. Is it like set up the same way? Because I think Heather had 4 friendship scenes, right? But I'm blanking. I'm pretty sure Tanya only had 3. So I'm wondering if they're like divided up the same, not necessarily on like scene count, but like time count, you know? Like how long each of the scenes are, kind of thing. To give them all a fair amount of screen time. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, so much happens. The entire story basically happens between the 2 scenes. I mean, I say that, but this is just the start of Act 2 or whatever, so it's fine. It's fine. It's probably just divided up like 1 scene per act. Oh my gosh, hey Haley, how's it going? I baited you for a second, didn't I? I mean, yeah, kind of. I was getting ready to be like, all right, Tracy, kill that guy, you know? But it didn't need to happen. It didn't need to happen. You got it, boss. All right, kill that guy. Timed out that guy for 600 seconds. Tracy, that was the most... Sorry if that laugh was really loud, but that was the most same brain. We had a mental... Like, we were drift compatible for a second right there, as I knew that was exactly what you were going to do. That was incredible. Oh my gosh, new scene, new scene. Good night, everyone. Have a great rest of your night, social. Have a good time. Thank you so much for being here, as always. We really appreciate it, so have a good one. As Eileen promised, or perhaps threatened, we've chosen to end the day with one last club outing to the usual pizza place. I timed out an account called That Guy. It was a good bit. It was a good bit. Oh yeah, that probably doesn't show up for like the actual Twitch chat. It just shows up for me and you. That's awesome. That's such a good bit between us. As Eileen promised, or perhaps threatened, we've chosen to end the day... Oh, I read that part. The first outing in which Caprice isn't eager to make herself the center of attention. Can't say I blame her. Heck, I can't deny feeling the same way right now. Allison's huge smile, by contrast, feels a lot more sincere.
I'm so happy for you two. I had a feeling really early on.
I guess you would be the expert in the room, huh?
Well, honestly, you two weren't super subtle near the end.
Yeah, well, we learned that from you, alright? Allison, back off. Oh no, a different guy got timed out for 600 seconds. Imagine if he joined the stream. Unlikely. Well, even if that guy and a different guy joined the stream, timed out, we don't want him here. I immediately shift my eyes towards the plate in front of me to make my embarrassment less obvious. I'm not sure what Caprice's reaction is, but it's responded to with a giggle from Allison.
Either way, I'm glad it all worked out.
Yeah, same.
Hey, Olive?
See? I pull myself back up to eye level, now that she singled me out.
I actually wanted to apologize for being so pushy about things.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it worked out in the end.
And I'm glad. But I could have been way off the mark, and I shouldn't have tried to involve myself like that. When I was dealing with similar stuff a year ago, I'd ask for help and thoughts, but the only advice I ever got was to figure things out on my own. In the moment, I just thought you two deserved more than that.
I had no idea she was so torn up about that. It only really happened once or twice and didn't really faze me.
Hey, it's fine. I appreciate the thought, really. It's nice to know you were looking out for us.
You two are being way too serious right now. It's making things weird.
So she says, taking a giant bite out of a slice of pizza to put a point on her sentence. Caprice's ability to change the ebb and flow of people's moods never ceases to amaze me.
Okay. Let me say one more thing and I'll stop. Promise.
She takes a sip of her soda before continuing. I can't help but feel at least a little relieved when she turns her attention to Caprice rather than resuming our conversation.
Caprice, I know you joke about being responsible for bringing Eileen and I together, but for what it's worth, I think there's some truth to that. And, well, I'm glad what went around came around.
Caprice looks like she's about ready to bolt out of the room despite the smile on her face. She remains glued to her seat, however, as Allison leans into her ear, using her hand as a shield to hide her whisper.
Eileen thinks the same way too.
Aww.
That didn't seem to be enough of a safeguard as Eileen immediately pulls herself away from the conversation she was having with Wallace to make her presence known.
I can still hear you.
That didn't sound like a denial to me.
The swift punch to Wallace's arm isn't enough to wipe the smugness from his face. To be fair, look at Wallace. He's like 5 feet thick. I don't think anyone here could hurt him. And in fact, only serves to magnify the smiles of the rest of the club. The night continues on with lots of laughter and most of us wearing various shades of red on our faces. Eye level Eileen? Oh my gosh! Eileen's name is like a perspective joke because it's all about the eye level, the horizon line. Oh my gosh. Obviously that's what you're implying. I kind of like really wait. Imagine if he joins the stream. Unlikely, but that would have me dead. Kind of like really dead. Soda. Shush, Wallace. What the freak is that train of thought right there? What are you talking about? 5 feet thick. Listen, I might have been overestimating him a little bit. He could just be 4.5 feet thick, alright? Yes, Allison is Horizon. That's so true, so true. And then Wallace... Anyways. When Caprice called me yesterday, pitching another... Wait. After making such a big deal of it during our initial outing, I was surprised to be heading to the aquarium so soon, though. Guess I climbed my way up pretty fast. Flowey, alright, one more of those, and we're gonna have to time you out again. There we go. What would a good Wallace pun be? I was gonna say something stupid like color theory, but that doesn't work at all. I was gonna try and work that in somehow. I don't know. Wallace is a hard one, but Allison is Horizon. That was good. Mine was saying wall-eye. I mean, that works. That works, I suppose. Yeah. The pile of gifts on my coffee table. One more of what? I have no idea what you're talking about. W? What's up with the W at the end there? Oh, we're just making art puns based off of the characters' names. Wall-eye perspective is an eyesight thing and not art like the other two, though. I mean, yeah, but I still feel like it's still like a pun, you know? And that's really all we were going for, you know? So, but, and like, you know, people, I feel like if you said that to someone, they'd like be like, oh, it includes perspective. So, like, that's art thing, even if it's really more of, like you said, an eyesight thing. So it's like, you know? A pile of gifts on my coffee table is modest, no more than 3, but trying to make them look presentable took all morning. With how busy life has been, the holidays managed to sneak up on me pretty effortlessly. Having to schedule an early Christmas with Mom definitely hasn't helped things feel closer than they would otherwise. Not that I'd ever complain about that. Taking one last glance at the meager stack of presents, I decide my efforts have earned a cup of coffee as a reward. I pull myself up from the couch, and as if on cue, my doorbell rings. I can't imagine who would be visiting today, and I find myself just as dumbfounded when I open the door and Allison is there to greet me.
Oh, thank goodness. I was losing hope after 2 wrong doors.
She lets out an exasperated sigh.
Hi.
Sorry for popping in like this. I had to ask around to get your address.
Don't you have, like, my number?
You could have just asked.
I wanted it to be a surprise.
Oh.
Here. Merry Christmas.
She pushes a small gift bag into my hands, an ocean of festive-colored paper sticking out from the top.
Oh, no, you didn't have to do anything. If I had known...
That's exactly why it had to be a surprise. Go on. Open it.
I do as she says, going slow out of a mix of caution and a small twinge of guilt. After shoving some paper around, I dig out a ceramic mug colored with various shades of greens and blues. The handle's a bit misshapen and there's noticeable bumps here and there, but it's hard not to smile at it.
You made this?
Her expression shifts, unsure whether to smile or not.
I know it isn't perfect and not really creative or anything, but it's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah, that's really sweet. Thank you, Allison.
No, really. It's great. Perfect timing too, actually.
I put the bag under my arm so I can hold the gift in my hands, spinning it slowly as I look it over, piecing together a small plan to absolve myself of the remorse of not having anything for Allison in exchange.
I was actually just about to put some coffee on. If you have a few minutes to kill, you're welcome to a cup.
Oh, I didn't want to bother you or anything. Just wanted to do a quick drop-off.
If you have to go, that's fine, but you aren't interrupting anything. At the very least, it'd make me feel less bad about you walking away with nothing.
She tilts her head off to the side as she thinks, a small motion made noticeable only by the way her hair shifts to match.
If you're sure, then that's good enough for me. I could use a small break from the cold.
I place her coffee in front of her on the table, filled with sugar and milk as per her instructions. She's using the mug I had originally meant to use myself, standard and plain. As she takes it in her hands and brings the drink to her lips, I do the same with mine. With a hand holding the base of it, admittedly not being entirely confident in the handle's durability yet. With the coffee doing its job of warming us up, Allison opens her mouth to speak.
So, With Caprice, I mean.
Jeez. I don't even know how to describe it. Busy feels like an understatement.
Allison responds with a small giggle, followed by another sip of her coffee.
Sounds like her.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to skip your other yeah, but it's fine. I take another small drink myself, trying to figure out how to continue the conversation, feeling like my response wasn't adequate.
I'll actually be spending Christmas over at her family's. There hasn't been much time at all to rest lately.
A very rare grimace from Allison. She tries her best to hide it away once she catches me staring, but the damage has been done.
Sorry.
Should I ask?
It's just that, well, I only really have my own relationship to go on. You know how I told you that the zoo in the winter reminded me a lot of happy memories?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, I spent last year at Eileen's family home too. And that was the complete opposite of that, more or less.
Oh. She's predicting how the game's gonna turn out. Okay. I bet Eileen's family didn't have anything as bad as the Caprice Millie Cold War going on either. Ugh. She must notice my face begin to droop because Allison is quick to pull herself to attention, back entirely upright and eyes as wide as they can possibly get.
Oh, but there were good times there too. And like I said, it's my only frame of reference, and whenever I see Caprice's mom at the aquarium, she's super nice and...
It's fine. I get it. If it helps, I was already sort of planning for the worst, with Millie there and things being the way they are.
A quick breath to calm herself, followed by another few sips at her cup.
Sorry. I'm just rooting for you two and got a bit paranoid. In a lot of ways, it feels like I'm watching last year fold out all over again, just from an outside perspective.
That's a good sign, at least. With you and Eileen still going strong and all.
She gives a small smile, doing enough heavy lifting where words aren't necessary. The smile is quick to turn to shock as something goes off in her mind and she digs her phone out of her coat.
Oh shoot. Speaking of which, I have to get going. Thanks for the coffee, Olive. I hope you and Caprice have a great Christmas together.
She empties the rest of her cup in a couple gulps and immediately sticks her tongue out in disgust. No amount of sugar is going to mask the bitterness when you down it that fast.
No problem. Thanks again for the mug. I really appreciate it. Tell Eileen I said hi.
Still fighting against the bitter consequences of her haste, she gives me the best smile she's capable of as she makes her exit. So I stand alone in my tiny living room, slowly enjoying the rest of my coffee in my new favorite cup. Is that the end of this, or is there one more to go? I think there's probably going to be one more to go. I'm back with 4 bags of popcorn. I have an addiction. That's so base, so true, so valid of an addiction. I respect it. Hang on,
Your
hang
place
on.
looks lovely.
Skip. Wait. Oh my gosh, hang on, I missed so much. No more jokes this stream. Allison is awesome. Merry Christmas. I mean, it is Christmas. You know something that's also pretty sweet? Sugar. So based. So friggin' true. I see why Allison was the MC of the last game. Bring on the mayhem. Yeah, thankfully you're skipping over all the emotional stuff. Jeez, I'm so sleepy. Me too. I'm sure y'all could probably tell by the fact that, like, my energy, I feel like my energy went from, like, 100 down to, like, 50. This is the one time I'm, like, truly regretting. You did this to yourself? I know. I'm regretting my actions. Alright, of having the 2-hour yap session. I'm not good, because to be fair, in my defense, I was like, oh yeah, these are gonna be quick, in and out, 20-minute adventures. And then I forgot that it was me, and that all someone has to do is talk, and I would get instantly distracted again. So it's turned all of these things that probably are only like 20 minutes long into like 40-minute expeditions each. But I have to deal with it. 'Cause it's not like we're gonna do like another Twofold stream just for the last 2. You know what I mean? I mean, granted, we could, considering we've only gone through 2. Maybe that would be the best idea. Because I also, after we actually finish it, I want to, like, sit down and go have, like, an actual, like, discussion about the game. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be doing that at like 1 a.m. and trying to like formulate thoughts. So maybe we're gonna have to do one more Twofold stream, and it's entirely my fault. Next Wednesday, we're gonna finish Twofold. Because I also have work in the morning, so we should be ending here soon. But next week, we're going to probably do another Twofold stream, finish it, and actually finish it this time. You know, not have a 2-hour yap session beforehand and just get through it. So then that way we can have a big discussion about the game as a whole. Because we only talked about it a little bit at the end of last one, just because that one was also like a really long one that went pretty late. So we didn't really talk about like, you know, thoughts and what everyone was feeling about the game in its totality back then, especially since we hadn't actually finished it all. So this would be a good chance to actually do that. So yeah, good lord, help me. I am full and still have 2 bags. Never mind, I threw up. You know, sometimes there's just things you should keep to yourself, and that's one of them. Anyways, for a mercy, work was quiet today. I was praying to just go through the motions, head home, make a quick dinner, then lay in bed with my phone till I passed out. I'm awake. Good job. But isn't it only like 10 p.m. your time or something like that? A text message I received at the tail end of my shift had other plans for me, though. The apartment complex I find myself in is like night and day compared to my own. Even the hallways manage to impress me with how tidy they are. It's 2 a.m. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not worth it. Go to bed. I'm not worth staying up for like that. Double checking the door number on my phone, I give the one in front of me a good knock. After a moment, it opens with Wallace there to greet me. I mean, this is a very pleasant surprise, but you know, this is the Allison route.
Hey.
He extends his head a bit out the door, looking around briefly before bothering to respond to me.
Hi. Caprice not with you?
I offer, shaking my head rather than having a verbal reply. His tone is as deadpan as it normally is, but I can't help but feel a little agitated about the question. Wallace seems generally nonplussed by my answer as he opens the door to let me in. Even if the hallway left a good impression, I didn't expect the apartment to be quite this high-end. When Allison texted me saying she wanted to invite everyone over for dinner, I couldn't help but wonder how she planned to cram everyone into a tiny apartment. Something I feel dumb for even considering now.
Oh, Olive. Feel free to hang your coat up and find a seat wherever. We don't have a dining table, but...
No one's eating a thing till everyone's here. We're missing your +1.
I almost didn't notice Eileen in the background. Hunched over the stove, her voice cutting through the sizzling of whatever it is she's currently working on.
She's probably not showing.
What? Why?
She decided this morning to head back to her mom's apartment for a day or two.
Oh, I see.
The deflation of her face is immediate and severe.
Well, there's the entire point of the night up in smoke.
I'm sorry.
You know it's dire time when even Wallace and Eileen seem visibly downtrodden. I suppose this was meant to be their attempt at atoning for yesterday's meeting.
Well, I won't send you two home without anything, at least. Give me a couple minutes. Like Allison said, just find a seat wherever.
Allison and I share the couch with Wallace off to the side in his own chair. Eileen comes around and passes out our meals, a modest dinner consisting of various veggies and strips of beef mixed into some rice. After passing the bowls around, she finds her seat next to Allison, opposite of me.
You could have said something earlier.
She doesn't need to look up from her food for me to tell she's directing that squarely at me.
When would I have had the chance exactly? Even if I knew about this earlier than an hour ago, she only made her decision this morning, and I had work today after the fact.
No response, not even a grunt or sigh. The food's good, but it's hard to believe the silence in the room is a result of people savoring their dinner.
Christmas didn't go well, I imagine.
Not at all, no.
She doesn't ask for elaboration. The atmosphere of the situation is enough for her.
We couldn't have known how bad it was, though. No need to beat yourself up over how yesterday went down.
There's absolutely a need to beat ourselves up over it. even if Christmas went perfectly and things were fine, maybe we should just, I don't know, be kinder in general?
Preach it. Preach the kindness. Eileen and Wallace wince at the accusation.
The holidays are one thing, but yesterday's meeting was the final straw. You guys sounded so eager to wash your hands of her. Is it really that surprising how hurt she was?
There's nothing we haven't joked about before. I never would have guessed she was so worked up about that.
You'd be surprised.
You'd know best there, I guess.
Throughout our back and forths, Allison aimlessly taps at the edge of her bowl with her fork in reflection. She eventually puts the bowl down on the table in front of us, seemingly tired of pretending to poke at it.
We've been terrible.
You were fine. It was Wallace and I who...
Who didn't consider her feelings? Same as me. After so long, all those mean-spirited jokes just felt normal, but I should have...
Audio got quieter. Sounds the same to me. I'm going to trust Tracy on that one. Wait, it's 2 a.m. I'm not tired. I have had 3 Cokes. Not related to the stream. Also, I stay up to like 5 a.m. sometimes, so I'm fine. That's not healthy. That's not healthy, but you know what it is? It's your life. You do as you do, I suppose. But, you know, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Your body and brain's important. She stops to collect herself, but doesn't let it last, not wanting to lose her momentum.
We all knew the holidays were going to be stressful at a bare minimum. Then, as soon as we came back from them, everyone laughs about not wanting to be there? How else could it have gone?
Well, it wasn't the first time, and she'd always let it run off her back before.
There shouldn't have been a first time.
She stops herself with a deep breath. When she speaks again, her voice is noticeably quieter.
You're going to call me silly, but I really do think we owe her more than that. Eileen, you and I would be entirely different people without her. I know you don't have anything quite like that, Wallace, but...
No. I get it.
And as for you, Olive...
She turns to me, giving me the first good look at the sadness in her eyes.
I'm sorry about how you were left to deal with the fallout. Being there for your partner is a part of what a relationship is. But you shouldn't have to clean up our mess when you're just trying to enjoy your time together.
That's okay. You're right. It's just part of the job description.
I give her as sincere a smile as my heart can muster. It may be weak, but it seems to do the job. She leans in and picks her bowl back up from the table, finding her appetite again as she takes a forkful of rice.
If it's too late to patch things up now, then we'll just have to do our best to start this next semester off on the best foot possible.
I can get behind that.
No objections.
Life returns to Allison's eyes as the others chime in. It looks like the trio of art club seniors have made up their minds.
Olive, I imagine you'll talk to her before we get a chance. If you do, would you mind letting her know we love her, please? All of us.
I start digging into my own bowl as the rest of the room begins slowly resuming their own meals.
First chance I get. Promise.
Man, rice is so friggin' tasty. No, it's so good. I'm a big rice fan. There's a taco place that I've never been to before that my family's recently started going to, and recently started getting me into also going to. And the rice there is like the toppest tierest stuff ever. I'm not a healthy person. I wake up at 6 a.m. That's not good. I'm only going to bed if I get banned for the rest of stream. Do you want us to ban you? Is that like what you're jonesing for right now? Is like that what you want, my bruv? But yeah, with the whole situation going on in the art club, that is rough, because, like, yeah, Eileen and Wallace were just kind of, like, doing some, like, good old-fashioned, like, friend ribbing on friend kind of thing. But I think one of the important parts about that in a relationship is, like, knowing the time and place, essentially. Like, you know, are you really friends if you don't make fun of each other a little bit? You know what I mean? But, like, if your friend's going through a terribly hard time, not the time. Not the time or place to be making those kinds of jokes about people. That's the time to just be their friend, you know? And I imagine that we have one more scene with Allison to go through right now. I need to figure out how to get my game synced back up with the with Steam so I can actually get all my achievements. It's just gonna be like, imagine when I get it hooked back up with my Steam, it doesn't give me all of the achievements I've rightfully earned, and I have to go through it all again. See why I dislike Wallace now? I mean, it was one thing. It was one, Wallace has a single flaw. People are allowed to be flawed. Alright, everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has those days. Nobody's perfect. Oh, maybe there isn't another scene with, Allison. I mean, there's a scene with Allison, but not an Allison friendship route scene. So... But, you know, there's only... Oh! Speaking of which, Wallace and Eileen slowly file out of the room after exchanging their goodbyes. Allison looks ready to follow, but stops halfway to the door, returning to Caprice and I after a moment's deliberation. See? Even if the call was meant for me, it seems to have done an equally good job of attracting Caprice's attention, tilting her head up from the bag she was in the middle of packing.
What's up?
Oh, the last scene is always on the last club meeting? Oh, okay. Okay, that's good to know.
I don't know if you remember, but I told you way at the start that I liked our small club just the way it was.
That sounds vaguely familiar, I think. I bobbed my head a couple times trying to jolt the memory awake. I frown when my attempts end in failure, which I'm worried Allison misinterprets as she begins to fidget with her hands.
I guess I wanted to say that I'm glad you're around. The club really feels complete with you here now.
I can feel the warmth rising to my cheeks. Hopefully not as obvious as Caprice and Allison as it is to me. Yeah, Tracy, kill that guy. Take him out back behind the Arby's. Break his knees. Get him. Timed out for 600 seconds. I'm pretty sure 600 seconds is as long as the timeout we can do without it being a ban. I got no clever jab this time. That's fair. It's late. Our brains are turning off. I can feel the warmth rising to my cheeks. Hopefully not as obvious to Caprice and Allison as it is to me.
Oh, I appreciate it. But where'd this come from?
I'm not really sure, honestly. The mood just felt a whole lot lighter today, you know?
I do, yeah.
Content to share my answer and accompanying smile, Allison turns to Caprice.
I missed having you around, Caprice.
Her message to Caprice was considerably shorter, but it managed the rare feat of leaving her speechless all the same. After a few seconds, Caprice finally moves to reply.
I missed you too, Allie.
Caprice being unable to find her words is one thing, but Allison looks just about ready to cry. Before she gets the chance to start, the club door opens again, snapping her out of her sentimental trance.
Hey, everything okay? What's keeping you?
Allie and Ollie were just talking about sappy stuff for a while. Everything's good.
I barely said anything. I think about protesting aloud, but it's probably not a battle worth waging. Eileen offers a rare smile. Ruffling her girlfriend's hair, she looks at me.
These two have a lot in common, huh, Caprice?
Tons.
I don't see it. Allison's smile seems to disagree with me, though. That's cute. That's a really cute way to end it. Alright, so yeah, that is the end. Alright. Yeah, apologies. The plan was to make this a nice, quick little, Twofold stream. But, you know, it's us. It's never gonna be a quick anything. You know what I mean? But I just wanted to get us to the end credit song, because it's very, very cute. So yeah, no, for realsies next time, though, since, at least with the next one, next Wednesday, we truly have nothing to react to. We don't have any trailers to react to, so that's gonna cut out, like, a good, like, bare minimum, like, 40 minutes of pre-stream stuff. So we'll definitely be able to finish it next time. That will be the goal. No matter what happens, we're going to be finishing it next time. Yeah. Regardless, though, I had a great time. I love getting to do the talks before stream. It's so much fun to be able to just, like, you know, sit down and yap with everyone before we get into things. As much as I do love getting into this stuff. And it also, you know, Oh no! We're having another Twofold stream. The world's ending. You know what I mean? So I think it's totally fine. But yeah, I think with that being said, it is incredibly late my time. I know it's incredibly late for a lot of people. So I think we're just gonna end it there for tonight. I hope everyone has a great rest of their nights. Thank you so much for everyone who came out. And yeah, again, next week we're going to be finishing Twofold for realsies, and tomorrow we're going to be continuing going through A Tithe in Blood, which I'm very excited for. Yeah, as soon as I just brought up A Tithe in Blood, like, just big ol' smile on my face, because that's how excited I am for it. And then on Sunday, we're going to be continuing our journey through Why Not Both as well. And thankfully, there's nothing going on Sunday, so we're actually going to be able to sit down and do a longer stream for Why Not Both, so I'm really looking forward to that. Just because with Father's Day and everything going on, we didn't have too much time to go through it, so getting back and doing a longer stream is going to be a good time. So yeah, I hope everyone has a great rest of your night. Thank you everyone who came out again. So with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye! Oh man, I really lagged right there, oh my gosh.